coverage. I'm changing up the title to both streams here. All right, we'll see what happens. Okay, so here's what I think we should do. I'm gonna take 5 here. Just go stretch, go check on Bree and everything, and yeah, we'll go from there. All right, I will be back momentarily. I'm gonna key up the starting soon thing here, and we'll go from there. Be back momentarily. All right. Let's see what's going on. Just went down to the house to check on Bree. Everything's good. Let's see. What's that, Manor? Hey, Sean, what's going on? Oh, farming simulator. Very nice. Okay, so welcome to the Polaris Dawn coverage here on at the Eric Johnson Space Administration. You can tell it's the Eric Johnson Space Administration because of the way it is. All right, guys, let's see what we got. So, the last update that we had regarding this was 3 hours ago from SpaceX. Falcon 9 and Dragon are ready for flight. Weather's 40% favorable for liftoff. Webcast goes live in about 3.5 hours. So, what is the Polaris Dawn mission? Polaris Dawn is a privately funded mission to, well, basically push the boundaries of where a private sector spaceflight company can go. It's a crewed mission with four people aboard that is going to do try to break a multitude of different records, different spaceflight records that, of course, were set by governments, right? What this mission basically is, sorry, I'm burping because I just scarfed a slice of pizza. Anyway, what this mission is basically going to do is launch on a Falcon 9. Falcon 9 will land on the drone ship, and then the Falcon 9 will put Dragon, the Polaris Dawn Dragon, into a 1,200 kilometer by 120 kilometer, or 1,200 by 190 kilometer insertion. And then from there, the Polaris Dawn Dragon will boost itself up to a 1,400 by 190 kilometer orbit, making the Polaris Dawn crew the furthest that any human has ever been from the surface of the Earth since the Apollo program in 1972. After that, they'll move down to a 700 by 190 kilometer orbit, and the Polaris Dawn crew will conduct the first ever commercial extravehicular activity. All commercial extravehicular activities, testing SpaceX's new extravehicular activity suits. No commercial mission has ever gotten out of the capsule before, let alone at a 700 kilometer altitude, right? The last mission, this mission profile echoes the Gemini program, to be honest with you. Yeah, this is basically a mirror image of Gemini 12, but modern version. Anyway, what they'll do after that, after they do the EVA, is they're just going to go outside and come back in, but they got to depressurize the capsule. So it's actually a pretty complicated maneuver. I mean, there's a bunch of different scientific experiments on board on top of all that, but after everything, this variant of Dragon has a Starlink satellite hot-wired into the back. And what they're going to do, what the Polaris Dawn crew is going to do is, after the EVA, like a day later or something, they're going to take that Dragon and they're going to point the trunk down at the horizon and communicate via Starlink optical. Those are the three big ones. Highest orbit, EVA, Starlink communication. There's a bunch of other different experiments on board, but if this mission goes, it'll be one of the craziest freaking missions ever. This is a nutty mission. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, which is why they've been erring on the side of caution. Polaris Dawn was supposed to launch like week and a half ago, but they're worried about recovery conditions because, this type of mission, you can't just go to the ISS, right? Once you get to the ISS, the relative safety of the ISS, you can kind of sit there and figure out what's going on. You can't really do that with this. So the recovery and abort conditions for this mission are a lot more stringent than they would be on an ISS transfer, an uphill ride to the ISS and back. So this is a very high-profile mission, and it's very dangerous. Currently, the weather is not really cooperating. It's 40% go, but we'll wait till they pick up the coverage to see how they feel about it. I don't know. There's still just some activity offshore. Yeah, I don't think I'm not 100% sure. I don't think that... guys, weather 40% go. It's not really cooperating here. Let me check. Keep in mind, it's not just Florida, but... so their track is going to go this way. Oh, man. I'm worried about that, and I'm worried... That doesn't really matter too much. They're going this way, but this up here, that, whatever that... Is that a cell? I'd be worried more about that than anything. Do you think this could be described as a ship's voyage to the end of the world, since they're going so far? No. No, man. Shoot, no. I believe you get your butt kicked saying something like that, man. And... here we go. They're live. It was a joke. That's why I responded with a movie quote. Here we go. That cell to the north. That cell to the northeast I'd be worrying about. That's right in the abort corridor, other guy. We'll see. There's the 4 crew. This is happening. This is nuts.
You're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft set to launch Polaris Dawn, Space's 5th Dragon mission flying civilians to orbit, and overall our 14th human spaceflight mission since 2020. Our 4-person Polaris Dawn crew is getting ready to head to space in just under 3.5 hours from now. This mission marks one more step toward our ultimate goal of making humans multiplanetary. Good evening. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality System Engineering Manager here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a Senior Manufacturing Engineering Manager. Welcome to the webcast for the Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The goal is to demonstrate important operational capabilities that will serve as building blocks to further human space exploration.
Polaris Dawn is the first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board.
Yeah, baby.
The Polaris Dawn crew will orbit Earth for up to 5 days before splashing down off the coast of Florida, and they will be performing some incredible firsts in
First
space,
one to go to the ISS,
including the
Carolina.
first ever commercial spacewalk in our newly designed EVA spacesuits. The spacecraft will also attempt to soar higher than any Dragon mission to date, and if successful, break the altitude record set by Gemini 11 a half a century ago. The Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space.
In addition to those incredible firsts, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of the impacts on health during future long-duration space flights. We'll be going into more detail about all of that later on in the show. All of the Polaris missions will be commanded by Jared Isaacman, an accomplished pilot and astronaut who led Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to orbit that helped raise more than $240 million for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Building on Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn will continue to raise funds and awareness for St. Jude while partnering with the organization to provide healthcare in underserved communities around the world. As the Polaris program expands our understanding of what's possible in human spaceflight, St. Jude will continue to strive here on Earth to improve global survival rates for childhood cancer.
It is a really exciting day for us here at SpaceX, and it's already been a very busy day for the team. Now, we are currently awaiting walkout of the Polaris Dawn crew from the suit-up room. So while we wait, let's take a moment to meet our crew.
As I mentioned, Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. He holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond jet team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, to train pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift largest private air force, Draken International, to train pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift
Oh, no.
4, Jared is an accomplished
there it goes. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot.
Let me just make sure that that's not just me. It's not you, everybody, too. Yep, NSF says the same thing. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding. There's no way.
In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot.
Oh my God.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director for Inspiration.
There it is, your Polaris Dawn crew.
Oh, yes,
as you can see, an
Polaris
incredibly
Dawn crew,
impressive group with a diverse range of expertise.
Okay, the 4 crew: Jared Isaacman, Scott Poteet is the pilot, Anna Menon, who they were just showing, and Sarah Gillis. That's the four crew. They all have resumes that will make you feel incredibly insignificant. That's all you need to know.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director for Inspiration.
There it is, your Polaris Dawn crew.
Nightmare.
As you can see, an incredibly impressive group with a diverse range of expertise that will certainly serve them well over the next 5 days in orbit.
Working here at SpaceX, we've been fortunate to spend time with the crew. You'll see them walking around, getting lunch.
The U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot.
Dude. That's
Mission pilot.
That's bad. I gotta refresh.
What?
Oh, right, all right. I think
Our commander, Jared, I think he is incredibly sharp.
That's right.
Something I have just witnessed over and over is that he's always like 5 steps ahead of everybody else.
He's a visionary. He wanted to make it bigger than just himself going to space. It was about how we could contribute and support organizations here on Earth, as well as continue to push the envelope for space exploration.
So Sarah Gillis, the technical competence, we don't get out of any engineering update or brief or go through a procedure or debrief without getting into the weeds and making sure every T is crossed, every I is dotted.
She holds my feet to the fire when we need to understand the systems and the operations. It's her intellect.
Every time she speaks, every word is so thoughtfully prepared that served her in her role as core. It served her in her role as a trainer.
Anna, you have this incredible joy that you bring to everyday life. It is infectious. It makes us all smile.
Feels like she always has this big picture. Doesn't necessarily always speak up on it, but when she does, like time for everybody to stop and listen. And then as a biomedical engineer and a background like that inspires like a ton of confidence that we go up there if people aren't feeling right, that she's going to be there to take care of her.
I cherish all the moments that we've had in these experiences, and we're just so excited to go to space.
Where they go? 53.
Hey everyone, I'm Atticus Federa, a propulsion engineer here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. You just heard from the crew while sitting inside their Dragon trainer, which is an exact mock-up of the Dragon that they will be living in for the next 5 days. Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station, and it's currently the only vehicle capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. It's also the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit during the Inspiration 4 mission in 2021. Over the last 4 years, the spacecraft has supported 13 human spaceflight missions and flown 50 crew members representing 14 countries. Through missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn, Dragon is helping lay the groundwork for deep space exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will adapt, live, and work in space. Dragon can also help discover more about our home planet, and with the upcoming mission like From 2, we aim to do exactly that. Named in honor of the ship that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, the crew of From 2 will be the first to explore Earth from a polar orbit. From 2 will be SpaceX's 6th commercial astronaut mission and will allow the crew to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers. Over the years, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter. In free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola for the best views while in orbit, and that's going to be the case with the upcoming From 2 mission. Finally, we have the newest option, the Skywalker hardware, to support a spacewalk, and that'll make its debut on Polaris Dawn.
What?
Our commander, Jared, I think he is
Yeah.
And made their way to the Falcon support building. Once they arrived, the SpaceX team briefed the crew on weather and launch details and also gave them their tablets that they'll be bringing with them on the flight. At T-minus 3 hours and 45 minutes, the crew began suiting up in our brand new EVA spacesuit, which brings us to the current point in their events for the day. Now, once they are fully suited, they will then exit the Falcon support building and get into their Teslas again.
All right.
We will have 2 astronauts in each
Give me
vehicle,
1 second,
led
dudes.
by a support vehicle.
We're
And then
doing
from
something
there,
a
the
little
crew
bit
will
different here,
head to the
okay?
launch pad, and once they arrive, they will ascend the crew tower in an elevator up to the 255.
Countdown.
Give me 1 second.
Complete with their steps and ready for crew arrival on schedule.
I just got to configure a scene here
Great
real
news there.
fast.
Sounds like the crew is tracking right on time with our planned countdown.
Yeah.
Now, after they take that
Yeah.
elevator, they'll actually take the stairs up the last 10 feet to the 265-foot level, and that's where the crew access arm is located. That's where they will stop and make one final phone call before walking down the crew arm to the White Room. And the White Room is their last stop before climbing into the spacecraft, a process known as crew ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions are all functioning properly. After all the vehicle and crew checkouts are complete, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's side hatch and depart the pad. At T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract away, followed by the arming of the launch escape system.
And once the arm is retracted and the escape system is armed, propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. At T-minus 5 minutes,
I'll be here
Dragon
in a
will be
second.
configured for terminal count. This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft. And then finally,
Check on the
at
countdown.
T0,
How's it going, John?
I'll go through
Oh,
the
Jesse,
mission
the good
timeline for
news
you
is
in a
it's
second,
going well
but
right
I
now.
wanted to
I'm
get
John
this
Innsbrucker,
going.
Falcon 9 Principal Integration Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently just under T-minus 3 hours, 10 minutes, and everything, as I mentioned, is going well. Just over an hour ago, the crew received their weather briefing. Currently, it's a 60% probability of violation. While the local winds are good, we're looking at scattered showers, thick clouds, possibility of flying through rain, and that's what's got the constraints as high as 60% violation. The good news is for the ascent corridor and around the world, conditions are looking better. It's actually the best weather forecast overall we've had since we started scheduling the launch. The challenge we have is a forecast has to predict good weather in the splashdown locations throughout the 5-day mission. And that's what's caused delays since late August up until this evening. Now, currently at Space Launch Complex 39A, you can see there on the screen, Falcon 9 and Dragon vehicles, they're quiet. The SpaceX ground support team, as we heard a minute ago, they're in the tower and they'll be awaiting the crew whose walkout is coming up. Now, we're currently on schedule to launch at 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 5 seconds universal time. We have the advantage today of nearly a 4-hour launch window. Now, if we're flying crew to the International Space Station, our window would be 1 second long. We have a very short window to the ISS to maximize performance of the Falcon 9 based upon when the space station passes overhead. But Polaris Dawn isn't going to the ISS. We don't need to use a 1 second constraint. Instead, if we do have weather or an issue that might crop up and take some time to clear up, we can delay the launch up until about 11 hours, 15 minutes universal time. But as always with Falcon, once we start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, that will commit us to launching. If we had to hold the countdown at that point, it would be a launch scrub. We would not launch later in the window. But at T-minus 3 hours, 8 minutes and counting, everything is go for launch.
As John mentioned, we are getting close to the T-minus 3 hour mark. We are standing by for crew walkout. This view here is one of...
All right, guys, real quick. So what I did here, I know a guy who knows a guy. This is the media feed, okay? This is the media feed. This is in through X. It won't crash again. Okie dokie. I know a guy who knows a guy who got a jersey from Joe Namath one time, okay? So, yeah. What you're seeing here, media feed. I know people, okay?
See them walk out in their new suits.
Yeah, like I said, this is at 39A, and they will be getting into the Teslas to ride up to the pad. Even though it's just a little bit less than a mile, they could do the walk, but we're not going to make them do that in the Florida humidity. We want to keep them nice and cool.
It's a little bit of a walk, as you say. It's not that far, but it's a 3% grade or a 5% grade going uphill. So that's a little bit to do in your suits, even if they're flexible EVA suits.
They are made for walking, but walking in space.
Yeah,
not on the ground.
Good point. That's an excellent point. I was actually at Cape Canaveral a couple weeks ago for some work, and I actually did that walk, John, that you just mentioned. Now, I did it kind of in the middle of the day, and there was definitely a grade. I didn't know it was 5%, but it was more than I cared for. Now, we are standing by for the walkout of the Polaris Dawn crew. We are expecting our 4 crew members to emerge from those doors there on your screen. These are the same doors that you have seen other crews emerge out of, including the Inspiration 4 crew that was also commanded by Jared Isaacman. So it's gotten a bit of a facelift since then, so it might look a little different, but it's the same Falcon support building and the same suit-up room that we use to allow time and checkouts for the suits to be put on and make sure that everything fits properly before getting in the cars to head up to the pad.
Cactuses.
Yeah,
right.
Kate, you talked a bit about the mobility of the suits and some of the upgrades we've made for these EVA suits. I'm hoping we get to see some of that mobility just with the walkout here and with the crew just getting ready to get in their Teslas. These suits are really an amazing feat of engineering. The engineering that went into the joints and just the mobility of the hands and the wrists, we're really going to get to see just an excellent view of all that. It's pretty exciting. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, just like the IVA suits are an extension of the spacecraft, this is going to be even more so. This is essentially, EVA suits are basically a spacecraft in itself. So I really can't wait to see them in these suits.
We're very excited for you all to see them as well. This will be our first look at the crew today. While they have done many rehearsals and practices, in fact, there they are now. Our Polaris Dawn crew, SpaceX's 5th all-civilian crew to fly on Dragon.
Wow, they just look so cool, don't they?
They really do.
They came out with their visors down, which I thought was really awesome. And now they got their visors up, raising the roof
Some nice dance moves.
4 on countdown. Crew walkout is on schedule.
Yeah, and you can see even just with how they're waving and moving their arms around, really the IVA suits are not capable of doing that type of motion. So you can really see that even though the suits do look similar, as we've said, there's quite a few upgrades that have gone into these suits.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to seeing if the astronaut lean back move will look any different than what we've seen with the IVA suits. So yeah, at first glance, they might not look super different from the intravehicular suit or IVA suit that we've seen before. And oh, look at this great view of mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon there on the far right-hand side of your screen. To the left of her is Sarah Gillis, also a mission specialist. To the left of her, but in a different vehicle, is our pilot, Kid Poteet. And on the very left-hand side of your screen, of course, is Commander Jared Isaacman.
This is like one of my favorite views, getting to almost be inside of the cars with them, but getting to see the crew in their suits. Again,
awesome.
they use these vehicles to help keep cool air flowing through their suits as well, so they can connect their umbilicals into these vehicles as they make their way to the launch pad. But they also get to listen to, hopefully, at least a song on the way to the launch pad. It's only going to be about
it's like
5
one
minutes.
song.
Yeah, pretty short playlist.
But they do get to pick, even though it's a short ride, their one song that they get to listen to is chosen by each of the crew members. So
it looks like the SpaceX suit-up team has assisted the crew into the Teslas. The door's closing now, and the crew will be departing up to Pad 39A momentarily. I love this view. They all look so excited.
Great color palette here, too, with the white of the suits and the white of the Teslas. Looks great.
What I'm curious, we haven't seen a shot of license plates, because a lot of time the Teslas have some kind of a slogan or a saying spelled out on the plates.
Unique to the mission, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've got anything for this one.
Yeah, I guess we'll see, because they are now making moves. You can see the support vehicle leading the way with the 2 Tesla vehicles, bringing the Polaris Dawn crew on their way to the launch pad.
This is Core on countdown. Crew transport to the pad is in progress.
We can see music is clearly going on as we got some conducting there momentarily.
Very excited crew heading to the pad here.
Yeah, just like Jesse mentioned, there is still cool nitrox or nitrogen oxygen air mixture flowing into their suits. That's what we saw the suit up team assisting with, helping to plug them in. So helping make sure that everyone stays comfortable in this short ride up to pad 39A.
I don't know, man.
Smiles there.
They're cruising.
What music would I play?
And you could already see the launch pad right there. You could see how close it was.
Countdown would be up there, but
very
that's the
short
obvious answer.
drive.
That's what everybody's expecting me to say.
Again, just enough for one song.
Yeah. Now, like we said,
How about
the team
the song
has
remains the
performed
same
rehearsals. In
by
fact, a
Zeppelin?
full dress
How
rehearsal.
about that? Good?
Where we simulated everything with the launch countdown up to
You're playing the
T0.
1812
so
Overture.
while the Polaris Dawn crew has put these suits on and has ridden
That's my favorite
up to
Zeppelin
the
song.
pad in the dark, they've never done it on launch day before.
Mongolian
And the
throat
feeling
singing.
of standing next to your spaceship as it, is getting ready to have propellants loaded on board, it just must much be such a different experience. And Jared's feeling it for the second time, so I'm very excited to see his reaction in particular.
I like how he told them, take less stuff. But yeah, I wonder what he's told them about this, because when they walked out of the FSB, when we saw them, and oh, by the way, they were right on time. So schedule's looking good.
Anna was out.
She was very excited. First
Immediately.
one out the door.
I'd be the same.
But yeah, when they came out the FSB, they're on the south side, so they can't see the rocket until they actually start to go up the grade, up the pad. So I wonder what their thoughts are as they finally see it all illuminated, going, this is it, it's not a rehearsal.
So while we don't have a close-up shot back there, we were just barely able to see the license plates. They say for St. Jude, and they have original artwork from St. Jude patients, which is so cool.
I love that. I love that St. Jude has the patients do a lot of art and they utilize the art.
Yeah. Oh, here's a great view.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, some thumbs up.
Our commander and pilot have stepped out of their vehicle with some waves and thumbs up.
So you can see the machine there, which provides the cool air in the transport vehicle. The next step will be for them to take a look at their rocket and spaceship, and then they will enter the elevators and take that up to the 255-foot level. After that, they'll take a flight of stairs up the remaining 10
Dragon
feet
capsule.
to where the crew access arm is located.
Right now you can see there's a team with them helping assist them with anything that the crew needs. Even though these suits are very mobile, we do want to make sure that the crew is able to...
This is down in Florida. Guys, this is pad 39A.
on each suit as they're going to make their way into the elevator.
They're going in a Dragon. Yep.
Crew tower. And some excited waves and smiles there. The crew is going to, they're walking over to be able to check out their vehicle, as Kate was saying. And a little bit of a lean back.
There's a lean back, yeah.
Gotta scope it out.
Not quite as much as the IVA suits, but...
It is a bit of a challenge where they are, because they're on the side of the vehicle with the strong back, and that'll recline a little bit.
Countdown. Crew have arrived at the pad.
Yep. And the core keeping track for us on the countdown net, telling us as major events have happened. Again, we're still right on time. But yeah, when they lean back, kind of got an obstructed view of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top, because the strong back kind of is in the way. But that's just the price of coming up on the elevator side.
Oh, yeah. They've got a long way to look up. It's over 200 feet to the top of that rocket, so...
Nice moment here to get some photographs
really,
with the entire crew in front of their Falcon 9 rocket. Now, the Falcon 9
Hey, John
that's
Krause.
flying today is making its 4th trip to space. It previously supported the Crew 8 mission as well as 2 Starlink missions. And the Dragon
Number 30
spacecraft
right there. That's
that they'll
John
be flying
Krause,
in
dude.
is Dragon Resilience, which first flew with the NASA Crew 1 mission and was followed about a year later with the Inspiration 4 mission.
And as we mentioned, this will be Jared's 2nd time not only flying with SpaceX, but also this capsule itself.
Yeah. And we
It's
can see
bananas.
there
This is a
that the
nutso mission,
first pair, I believe was Anna and Sarah, have entered the elevator. Right about now, they're hitting the button labeled space on that elevator panel. Once again, that goes up to the 255-foot level.
Once they get to that 255-foot level, they will walk up some stairs, and that'll take them to a very traditional telephone. Well, they'll get to make a phone call to whomever they wish, and they'll be able to, And there they are. They've arrived at the 255-foot level. They've exited the elevator, and we'll see the stairs here momentarily.
Gonna have to go up,
A lot of people coming out of that elevator.
Yeah.
And we can see these arrows on the ground marking the direction for emergency egress. So you will notice that they'll give a little wave there, some fist bumps. Like we've mentioned, that there's been a lot of training that goes into these missions, and so they have close relationships with the crew members. And speaking of crew members, like we've mentioned before, Jared Isaacman was the commander of the last mission to fly with this Dragon capsule, which was Inspiration 4. The Inspiration 4 crew walked the very same steps that you see the Polaris Dawn crew making now. And they also had an opportunity to make this phone call that we're going to see take place here. So we got a chance to talk with the Inspiration 4 crew. Here's who they decided to talk to for their last phone call before flying to space.
When we got to the top of the launch tower, Jared and I came out of the elevator and went around and up the stairs and had a chance to make that final call with that really old push-button phone. And they still pay the phone bill, so it works. That's great. I chose not to call my wife because we had decided together that we had said our goodbyes after breakfast, and there was no need to kind of repeat that. So what am I going to do to make the most of this moment? Well, I decided to pay it back towards my friend Kyle, who gave me the seat to begin with. And I was so glad that he kept his phone on. So when I called his number and they dialed it for me, and I picked up the phone and said, "Hey, Kyle, how are you doing?" And he just started cracking up. He was really excited that I gave him a call and said, "What are you calling me for?" And so, I figured I'd give you a call before I get launched off this rock. And he I really appreciated that moment. It's another way to include those people that support you along the way. So yeah, I called my friend Kyle, and I think it was the right choice. I hope he appreciated it.
All right.
For me, that last phone call before leaving the Earth was something that I knew would be significant. And I'm in a situation where my parents have passed away. I'm divorced. I have no kids. And my first, idea was to talk to somebody who had influenced me, somebody that I looked up to. And so I asked to talk to Michelle Obama. And I was really fortunate that we had connections to be able to make that happen. But that phone call is a personal moment, so nobody else gets to share it. So instead of me having that phone call with Michelle Obama at that moment before leaving the Earth, where it would have been just between me and her, we moved it to the day before, so that my entire crew could have this experience of talking with her, which was the right decision. She was amazing. And then that left me with the opening of okay, well, who am I going to talk to? And I talked to my brother Langley, which was really great because I didn't know it at the time, but he has early onset dementia. And so this was very special to have that moment with him.
Well, and all of my kids fell in love with Langley and started calling him Papa Langley and spent a lot of time with him. He was absolutely fantastic with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I chose to call my mom, my brother, and my sister-in-law. And my brother and sister-in-law are actually aerospace engineers. And so they had been such a big part of my journey because after a long day of training, I would be studying and I would call and say, like, what does this mean? And it also really bonded us even more. It was just been such a special journey, all of us together. And then getting to talk to them from the launch pad. I remember my mom just telling me that she was proud of me. And then I just remember hanging up because it's kind of in that moment you shift from the day of launch. There's just so many exciting moments where you're surrounded by people cheering you on. But then after you hang up and you turn towards the rocket, you're just very mission focused. Like, okay, we're doing this now.
What a great way to summarize that. We're doing this now. And here they come down the crew access arm. This is basically their final approach to the Dragon spacecraft. This access arm will lead them into the White Room, which is an environmentally controlled room. Helps keep it environmentally stable for the crew and the spacecraft. All love the heart symbol there.
This is so exciting to see our two SpaceX employees making their way down the crew access arm, getting ready to ingress Dragon.
Yeah, but first, before they do that, they are going to be handed a Sharpie. In fact, it's right there. And they're now going to add their name to quite an esteemed wall of signatures. They're going to sign it next to the X logo, of course, which is...
All right, so check this out. On the crew access arm here, you have all the private astronauts that SpaceX has launched into space over there. And then you have all the NASA astronauts SpaceX has launched into space on the NASA side. So they're going to sign on the X side of things. So over there is the Axiom 1, Axiom 2, Axiom 3 missions, Inspiration 4, and I'm not I think that's all of them. But over there, you on the NASA side of things, you have, Demo 2, Crew 1, Crew 2, Crew 3, Crew 4, Crew 5, Crew 6, Crew 7, and Crew 8. That's a lot. It's a lot of names. And then there will be 4 more signatures up there by the end of the month for Crew 9, or 2 more for Crew 9. That's a lot of people, man. That's not, dude. DM2 was 4 years ago. That's a lot of missions for just 4 years ago. Do the Starliner pilots get to sign retroactively? They didn't launch from here, so probably not. Will Crew 9 be on this arm? I'm not 100% sure on that one, Rev.
A FOD, foreign object debris. Make sure there's not anything that you're tracking in. You don't want to bring it into the capsule. And the tablets are an example of that. When I came up in the business, everything in the clean room was still paper. And you'd watch somebody actually using a pencil and eraser. Yeah, that's right.
Crew 9 and Slick
trying
40.
to erase something, and then all of the little rubber shit.
So Crew 9 will be from Slick 40. Pad needs to be prepped for Clipper. Yeah. There they go. There's Ingress. Kid and Rook coming up the arm now. Hey, JWA, what's going on? Dude, this is nuts, man. Can you believe this is happening? This is crazy. Has a mosquito ever entered the capsule? No. They're in a positive pressure environment, so the entire crew access arm is pressurized. Not a lot. It's a clean room. It's what's called a clean room, so you don't so no bugs get in. If you look, the capsule's the same way. See that tube on the far left? It's going into the capsule. Yeah, that's getting positive pressure because the short answer is that the HVAC isn't on for the capsule just yet. So they're pumping it in. Yeah, the video quality here is the best you're gonna get because we have a direct feed. This isn't going through X streaming. Yeah, this is you're not gonna get better. Crisp. It's not. You guys want to see what the X looks like? That's the difference. Give it a second, it'll reload the feed. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Resilience has the windows on. Oh, no way. No. Nervous. Is the window blanked? Is that window blanked out or not? It's a regular window. Like, can you look? Like, you can look outside of it? Because NASA doesn't like those windows. They don't want those windows on their craft for whatever reason.
So we can see now Scott, or he actually goes by his call sign Kid Poteet, now making his way momentarily, getting a final check for
I know you can look through windows,
fitment,
dang it.
and the finer adjustments of the spacesuit before ingressing into the capsule.
This is the normal window config.
Jared waiting so
Damn, that's
patiently.
cool.
Yeah, and the crew is there
it's
again
like every
to
other
help
crew
them.
vehicles.
They're also
All right.
helping
It's
check
blanked.
for FOD,
All right,
but
cool,
you'll
cool.
also see them
Why doesn't NASA like the windows?
as they ingress
I'm not
to
100%
protect their
sure, Rem.
helmets
They just didn't like 'em,
from
so.
hitting the hatch.
It's a real fake
hatchway
window.
as they enter, making sure they don't damage the suits, making sure they don't hurt themselves while they're entering. And that's what that crew is there for, is to help them with every and anything in preparation to get into their seats and get ready for liftoff.
Re-entry heat tunnel in that area, it gets too hot.
The suit up,
Yep.
excuse me, the closeout team there.
That's it. It
assisting
gets
Kid,
between the nacelles.
make sure he doesn't bump his helmet
I remember
as he
now.
enters. If you're wondering what that green flashing light is, that's actually a hazardous operation indicator used at all of our facilities around Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center. Green means go, as you can see. We will, of course, right about, whenever we have a pad clear period,
green.
that status indicator will change to yellow and red, of course.
Yeah, Jesse talked about the clean room, the white room, and the seals around the spacecraft. You get a little bit of a look as Jared gets ready to ingress. But the seals are in place. Later on, we ought to see, they'll retract the seals, and then you can see daylight, or in this case, night, around the spacecraft as we get ready later on to retract the arm. And there goes Jared into Dragon.
The last Polaris Dawn crew member to
They are not
ingress
going to the space
Dragon
station. They're
spacecraft.
going 3 times the height of the space station.
I can't wait to see an up-close photo of what Jared decided to do with signature number 2. We can see all 4 crew members now in their seats, Sarah and Anna. So just a quick rundown on the far left side of your screen. In seat number 4 is Anna Menon.
So they're hooking up
And
HVAC.
to the right, we have
See right
Kid
there
Poteet, our
on the
pilot,
thigh,
followed
on the
by
right thigh.
Jared Isaacman, our commander. And then on the far right side,
So what they're doing is they're hooking up the HVAC systems to the suit. The HVAC systems for the capsule. So in this particular case, it's the Environmental Control and Life Support Systems, ECLIS for short. Give me 1 second. Let me just adjust this. Yeah, we don't want to go too far there. There we go. Cool. I can point at stuff. Good. I needed to change the scene real quick. All right, so it is. Yeah, so they plugged in the HVAC systems, and now they got guys. I'm pretty sure the Dragon is using a 5-point harness, like from a dragster. In fact, I'm pretty dang sure those are 5 points. We're still on the X feed? No. This is a. This is not that. This is a direct feed. This is the media feed. So, yeah, you don't need to worry. The video will not buffer, which kind of sucks because I can't hear this feed. I have no playback. So I have to play the regular feed and hope that the audio is kind of synced, which sucks. But you guys get a nice clean picture. So, and you guys should be able to hear the feed just fine if I cut it back in there. They're, of course, not talking right now.
Now, while the crew gets situated in Dragon, let's just take a moment to get familiar with the spacecraft that they will call home for the next 5 days. Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, the fully autonomous Dragon stands nearly 27 feet tall and 13 feet in diameter. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers, but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn crew.
I had a nap, Ollie. I'm good.
The crew will spend the majority of their time in the pressurized section, which is the top portion of the spacecraft.
Yeah,
this area allows for the transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo. Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk on the left is covered in solar panels, and that provides power to Dragon during flight.
No Hans device.
The spacecraft is equipped with 16 Draco
device,
thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space. These engines are as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to the 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos that power the spacecraft's launch escape system. In the unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds.
Yeah, that's some nice pulse width modulation.
And just like
right
Falcon
there.
9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the same spacecraft that supported NASA's Crew 1 mission and Inspiration 4.
Real quick. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Atticus. So if you're seeing any official SpaceX stream on YouTube, it ain't legit. Except if you're watching this stream on YouTube. We have the media feed. This is bling, bling, bling. This is legit. That's the EVA hatch that they're gonna use. Yeah. Anything that's supposed to be official like that's not me. I'm just a bum that got lucky and got the media feed. And NSF. Yeah, it's me or NSF and then anybody, I think Launchpad and a couple other people. But if there's any official stuff on YouTube, it's not SpaceX. They also taped a Starlink or bolted a Starlink antenna into the capsule because reasons. Yeah. Pretty awesome.
By SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters, or about 215 feet tall, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Today's mission will be the 4th launch and landing for this booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported two SpaceX Starlink missions. After stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards Earth. First burn is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. And finally, on the first stage, we have the landing burn, which will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. Placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, they're stowed during ascent, and they will deploy just before landing. Moving up the rocket, Falcon 9's second
Change the
stage.
scene on me.
This engine ignites just a few seconds after stage separation and can be restarted multiple times to place multiple payloads into different orbits. The second stage is powered by one single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine.
It had something to do with the recovery
and this engine is capable of more
equipment
than
yard.
220,000 pounds of thrust. The MVAC features a significantly larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in the vacuum of space. At full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American hydrocarbon rocket engine. And let's not forget the unsung inner stage, a composite structure that connects the first and second stages. It also houses the pneumatic pushers that allow the first and second stage to separate during flight. That's also where you'll find Falcon 9's 4 hypersonic grid fins, which are at the base of the inner stage, and these help orient the rocket during re-entry. Here in Hawthorne, you can actually have lunch in the cafe while watching the inner stages be made
Sounds
just
like
across
it.
the aisle. All right, well, we continue to count down here. How are things going, John?
Well, Atticus, things continue to go well. We're mostly watching the weather. We're just over T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes. We saw the crew ingress into Dragon less than 15 minutes ago. They're currently in their seats. They're going through the process of settling in. They're getting the tablets stowed, their umbilicals hooked up. They're going over the final preparations with the SpaceX closeout team that's both inside and outside of the Dragon spacecraft. Now, with the umbilicals connected and everyone complete with their initial setups, the SpaceX core, we ought to initiate a communication check with the crew. That'll happen somewhere in the next several minutes. We should hear that over the countdown net. Now, once those comm checks are complete and everybody has checked through Dragon, made sure everything underneath the seats of the crew is clear out of the way, and then the ground team backs away, the crew seats will rotate into a launch position, and then the SpaceX ground team will begin the work to close the hatch. That'll include suit leak checks, closing the hatch, doing hatch leak check, working our way through until what eventually becomes about T-minus 1 hour when everything's buttoned up and the ground support team heads out of the pad area and we count down to launch. Speaking of launch, right now the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9, is in a fairly quiet state. You can see on your screen Falcon 9 Dragon, crew access arm in position as we're counting down. Not a lot has been happening with Falcon 9 lately. The SpaceX countdown engineers, they'll be conducting some checks as we hit the 2-hour mark. They'll be going over mostly data that's been collected during checkouts over the past 6 hours as we started the master countdown sequence for the launch vehicle. Now, shortly before the T-minus 1 hour point in the countdown, we're going to evaluate conditions again, determine if we are go to continue towards launch. Now, that launch time is currently scheduled for 7 hours, 38 minutes, 5 seconds universal time, or the very early time of 3:38 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. So right now, it is early morning for the SpaceX ground support team, the launch team, as well as the 4 crew members on board the Dragon spacecraft. Now, also at T-minus 1 hour point, we load a small amount of the RP-1 fuel, the kerosene fuel that we use in the Merlin engines. That's a process known as engine bleed-in. The fuel is used to cool the thrust chambers before we burn it in the engine. We want to make sure that those engine walls that have fuel in them prior to engine ignition, which occurs at about T-minus 2 seconds right before liftoff. Propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes, and then we'll count down to 0, standard Falcon 9 countdown. But before we get into propellant loading, we'll have a couple extra events. One's going to be the removal of the crew access arm. You can see they're stretched out from the fixed service structure. Nice shots from, I believe, drone or helicopter. And you can see the arm extended out. And right now, the support team's at the end of it in the white room. We'll retract the arm. As soon as the arm's out of the way, it takes a couple of minutes. Then the crew will arm the launch escape system on board the Dragon spacecraft. That enables the Super Draco thrusters, should we need them, both during the last half hour of the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX for umbilical comm checks.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, looking for a comm check from Commander, Pilot, MS-1, and MS-2.
Copy that, SpaceX. Commander, comm check.
Pilot,
comm check.
MS-1, comm check. MS-2, comm check.
Dude.
Core has you loud and clear.
hosted
Umbilical comm checks are complete.
webcasts.
Please report when you are ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. I will report when we are initiating.
As you just saw and heard, the Polaris Dawn crew members inside Dragon, they've completed their umbilical comm checks. There you see a view looking through the hatch into Dragon. You can see some of the crew inside their white suits. And then the black-garbed SpaceX ground support team getting out of the way right now as we get ready for seat rotations. Now, we heard the comm checks. That's umbilical. The spacecraft is hooked up through electrical lines, and that's how they're getting communications up to the crew and back down to the core, the mission director, the launch director. And that comes through umbilicals in their suits. So they've got those hooked up, they've checked out, and so that's the landlines. That's one of the ways that the SpaceX mission and launch teams and crew can talk to each other. Now, once in space, we obviously don't have a long electrical umbilical or any physical connection to Dragon. So instead to talk to the crew, we use ground stations and NASA's relay satellites. We'll be checking those out a little bit later in the countdown, and we'll bring that to you when that happens.
Hey, Shep.
Right now, the crew waving.
Dragon SpaceX, we are beginning seat rotation.
And here comes seat rotation.
Let's go.
So the ground team out of the way. You can see the seats rotating into the launch position. This allows them to take the roughly 3.5 to 4 G's acceleration lying back. That makes it a little easier for the heart to pump blood up to the brain without having to fight the acceleration vector as we head up into space. First stage ride, pretty simple, 3.5 G's. Second stage, about the same, a little bit more, but something that's easily tolerated. And of course, the crew has been trained on it.
Dragon, seats are in the launch position.
There you go.
SpaceX, we show the same.
Their seats have been rotated upright, and they are rotated from the upright position. They're now in that reclined launch position. That'll also let them more easily see the displays, which are right in front of them, be able to access the displays panels, and of course, as we just talked about, tolerate the acceleration as we head to orbit. Now they're about to begin. Next step is initiating suit leak checks. Make sure the spacesuits are in proper working conditions before liftoff. We want to do that. Then we get into side hatch closure. We've got to make sure the seats are good first, because once we do the hatch closure, then we do a leak check of the entire spacecraft through that hatch. With that successful, as I mentioned, we've got some simple launch escape system checks, mostly just cycling through some conditions. The closeout team will then depart from the pad between T-minus 1.5 hours and 1 hour. And as I mentioned before, once we get through that launch propellant load and go for launch pull, we will then retract the crew arm. We'll tell the crew to close and lock their visors. They'll arm the launch escape system, and then we'll move into propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. The good news right now, T-minus 2 hours, 28 minutes, 35 seconds counting. The view there on the screen from the helicopter showing Falcon 9 and Dragon with the access arm in position. All systems continue to be go. The only thing we're looking at right now is weather. As we get farther into the count, that'll give us a little bit better idea. Currently, the ground winds are looking good. Upper altitude winds are looking good. The big thing we're looking at is just whether
Dragon,
or not...
you are go for 4.100, Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Copy that, SpaceX, stepping into Section 2, 4.100.
Okay.
We're getting really good comms talking to the crew. It's nice to hear, you know, the crew and the ground talking up to them. But as I mentioned, things are going good right now. Weather's the one thing we're looking at. We get a little farther in the count, we'll see whether or not we have thick clouds, whether or not we have an issue with rain showers.
It's the same.
Keep fingers crossed. Around the world is ready to support the flight, but we've just got to get the weather. And like I always say, we all like to talk about the weather. We can't do a thing about it.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, John, and that has been such a tricky element of this mission so far is the weather. And it's not just the weather at Florida that we're looking at, it's also weather for where Dragon will splash down in 5 days' time. We have to be sure that we can bring Polaris Dawn back safely within the weather bounds. And so this time of year is a little challenging in that part of the world, and we're really hoping that we can stick it out in terms of the
Dragon, Terra complete. We're ready for leak checks.
All right, sounds like we're going to be stepping into the suit leak checks here momentarily.
Copy. You are go for section 3, suit leak check.
Copy that, SpaceX. Go for section 3.
Here we go.
So these leak checks, you can see that the crew have brought their visors down into the closed position. At this point in time, we're going to inflate the suits to a certain pressure, hold at that pressure for a couple of minutes, and measure the amount of decay or pressure loss over that period of time. Based on our simulations and our rehearsals, the folks on console know the acceptable amount of pressure for these suits. So they're going to basically take this reading and make sure that everything looks good for all 4 crew members. If we see some sort of pressure decay, it might mean that the helmet isn't fully closed or the zippers are not fully zipped shut. So we do this leak check before closing the hatch, just in case if one of those things occur.
And you can see that the suits are starting to inflate. We saw them very mobile without the inflated suits. You'll see them kind of get a little bit more rigidity in those new EVA suits with
the EVA suits,
the pressure inside of them. But still looks like they can move their arms and hands pretty easily so far.
Yeah. So we can see the closeout crew standing by as we execute
like the Michelin
this
Man.
suit leak check. Like I mentioned, if the suit leak check doesn't check out for one of the crew members, then one of the closeout team members will go in to assist, make sure that there's no FOD in the visor closure, or make sure all the zippers are in the right place.
Kate, it also looks like you see a bright light on the left-hand side of the screen. In anticipation of a successful leak check, I think they're starting to do the close-up inspections of the seal around the hatch. In the past, that sometimes you get even something as small as a human hair trapped in there, and you can detect that. So they're starting to get a quick look just to make sure that the cleaning steps where they may want to pay special attention.
Yeah, that's a great point. The hatch that they are now inspecting is the side hatch. This hatch is only going to be used right now and when the crew returns in about 5 days. The hatch that will be utilized for the spacewalk or the extravehicular activity will be the forward hatch, which is the circular hatch located at the top of Dragon. That is the same hatch that is used in order to dock with the International Space Station. So we're very excited for that spacewalk. It's the first time that any commercial entity has done one, and we're really excited to open that hatch.
And Dragon, we see 4 healthy suits.
You might recognize that voice and that face. That is our fellow webcast host, Shiva, doing his real job as a space operations engineer. He is our crew operations and resource engineer on console tonight.
Some good news there. We got some good suit leak checks, which is very exciting. Next up, they will also do some comms checks to make sure that the umbilicals in their suits are working properly and that they can get communications through all the loops that they're using between the crew and all the supporting teams.
We can see the 2 pilots are now starting to use the screen in the Dragon. I think this is actually one of the coolest things about Dragon is the entire interface that pilots the vehicle, if needed, is actually a touchscreen. And this is, quite a big development since some of the older eras of spaceflight, right, where we would see lots of physical knobs and switches and all kinds of different interfaces. But Dragon has really innovated kind of across the board, and that includes things like our user interface here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point, Atticus. the design teams when designing not just the suits, but the spacecraft itself.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has performed their final closeout steps. Please proceed to section 4 for side hatch close and report when you are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy that, SpaceX, stepping into section 4.
Yeah, the design team, wanted to build a vehicle that was robust and safe. And so not only did they want to make it function like a spaceflight vehicle of the future, but also look like one as well. And one glance inside the capsule, and even to this
SpaceX
day.
Dragon in section 4.100, we're ready for side hatch closure.
Core copies, ready for side hatch closure.
Even to this day, almost 10 years here, I still get so excited and giddy stepping into a Dragon capsule. It's just so otherworldly in itself.
Well, you think about it. If you've been to the Smithsonian or some of the other museums where the Apollo command modules are from the flights in the late 60s, early 70s, there's about 450 switches in there. So 3 people had to know where everything was.
Maybe, Contra.
But it also meant that if you were on the left side and your switches were yours, it wasn't like the person in the middle or the right could do the same function. Whereas with the touch panel displays, worst case, your screen goes bad.
I have 2 of the switches.
Just use the person's next to you, or have, in this case, Jared can take Kid or Kid can take Jared's functions over, and vice versa. So you can just shift capabilities back and forth across the screen. So it's something that we didn't have decades ago, even in the shuttle, where they went to glass
There's 3
cockpits,
MFDs on there.
partway through the life, but a lot of mechanical switches.
Yeah, John, that's a great point, that if you have the mechanical switches, it's a lot harder to, make any updates or be even more flexible. It's almost like those switches are just what they are, whereas the display screens, you can kind of make whatever updates you need to, pending the hardware of the displays, but a lot more flexibility.
So we saw some waves happening with the Polaris crew. It looks like the closeout team is preparing. Yep, they're removing the protective paneling that they put around the side hatch to protect the hatch itself during ingress. And it looks like they're removing that now in anticipation of side hatch closure. Now, once we close the side hatch, we will do something very similar as we just saw with the suit leak checks.
So that thing right there is a FOD cover and a dent cover. You don't want to close the seal. The seal on the hatch is very important to get. It's very important to get a perfect seal on that. They were saying a human hair could screw it up. It is a vacuum sealed hatch. Basically what they got to do is they got to go in there and they're going to take isopropyl alcohol, right? And that's one of the shields for the hatch right there. That's covering the flange for it. They're going to take out rubbing alcohol, clean that whole thing up. Then they're going to close the door, torque the door down, and then they're going to take basically a mighty vac and they're going to pull it down to vacuum to ensure that they got a good seal. Right now they're going to do FOD inspection. And actually what the dude is doing right there is documenting all the different pieces. Guys, you don't get to see this very often, but what happens here, see, there's the seal right there. See that metal strip? This happens all the time in spaceflight. You document everything. You don't breathe on this thing without getting it on camera or taking a picture, right? This happens with every bit of aerospace hardware. It basically has a change log, like software almost, right? Everything gets documented. That guy's taking pictures of the seal all the way around. So if for whatever reason they have a leak check and the leak doesn't go, he's taking pictures of the seal and they can find what's causing the problem. It's great for fault tree analysis. If you're ever wondering how NASA, and SpaceX can just seemingly figure out what's wrong with stuff, even after it's blown up, for instance, right? It's because of stuff like that. Everything gets documented. Every single thing without question.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
Yep. Yeah, reactor.
Dragon has you loud and
Gotta
clear.
tag
LD,
everything. Tag everything, document
LD,
everything.
loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon ground, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, LD. How many?
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Copy that, SpaceX.
Good comm checks, right on time.
Great news. Love to hear that. Means everything is working as expected, which is very important. They're going to need to ensure that the crew can speak with the ground and the ground can speak with the crew throughout the entire duration of the mission.
We can see the closeout team there in the white room, following along and checking off.
Thanks, Heli Pilot. Thanks for the content and spending time explaining all the elements. Yep, no problem, dude.
Them.
Oh, for what it's worth, the X stream just took a dump again, and I have no audio because I can't get the audio feed from this direct source. You guys can hear it, not me. So I've been watching the audio like a hawk to try and get a word in when I noticed that the sound goes to nothing. The X feed took a dump, so. But hey, this is good, right? Right? This is pretty good. I'm trying to balance it, man, I swear, but you guys still got the feed. That's good, right? Like, I'm trying to balance it. I can't hear it. I can't hear the audio. The only audio I could hear is from the X stream, and it's crashed. Oh, no. All right. Okay, what's going on here is... they're still documented, they're still taking pictures of things. So in case anybody's wondering, all right, why are they all dressed like ninjas? Well, inside of the white room, right here, so the crew access arm with black curtains, it does have black curtains. It's a white room with black curtains, so shut up. That band's awesome, right? What they're going through right here is that's called a pad closeout crew. So they're basically there to get the crew strapped in, amongst other things, check the hatch, make sure the hatch is working, document everything like what I was saying. And basically the pad closeout crew are the last people that are going to see the crew before they, get sent up into space, right? The reason why they're all dressed like ninjas is because it is a clean room environment. The crew access room is sealed up against the capsule right now. You can see there's a kind of a rubber seal over in the top left corner. Guy's inspecting the door side of the hatch. He's inspecting they're inspecting the hatch, and they're all dressed like ninjas because they don't want to get contamination anywhere. Hairs can cause the hatch to not seal, and you're trying to minimize as much contamination into that capsule as possible. This is like a surgery clean room in there. The reason why is because, debris you don't want dust and stuff getting in the filters in the capsule when it's up on orbit. That's bad for it. Dust on a spacecraft is your enemy. Like, you try to mitigate it as much as possible. This whole area is pressurized. It's not that big of a pressure difference. If you open the door into the clean room, it's probably like a little bit of a draft. That's all. Like the draft that you'd kind of find in a hospital for the same exact reason, right? Yeah, I know what some of you noticed. Some of you noticed I have numbers on them. 8, 30, whatever, 20. John Krause was 30, right? What is that? Those are numbers because you can't tell who the hell is who. They're all dressed like ninjas. How are you supposed to know who's who? They put numbers on their jerseys, the same reason athletes do that, so you can see who's who. So, what do they do with their skin flakes? The filters on the capsule get at most of them, IOJO, but they're all dressed like ninjas, so they minimize contamination into the capsule.
Framework, as you mentioned.
I'm keying them back
you
in
definitely
for a
want to
second.
make sure that you have margin in the schedule.
Still can't hear any. I can't
make
hear
sure
any of this,
that
so
everything can stay
hopefully
on track.
Jesse and Kate are
And
saying
that's what the
something
margin
cool.
is for, is because, as John was saying, everything needs to happen at a very specific time, and that's to make sure everything is standardized and very repeatable. And with that repeatability, you know, we can.
Why no names? Because they're not a baseball team, dude. They have they have patches actually on the front with their names, if you really want to know. Yeah, see, this guy is inspecting the pictures, right? Now, they're not just taking this to post this stuff on Insta. They'd probably go to jail if they did that, or at least SpaceX would be very angry. No, all these phones are connected into SpaceX's database, and they're uploading them to SpaceX servers. Wonder in the media feed through VLC. Yeah, Mutter. I was trying to think about trying to think of a solution in the background. That's probably the best one, don't you think? What's this mission for? This is a commercial mission to push the boundaries of human spaceflight. This is going to be the furthest thing. These 4 souls on board, so Jared, Scott, Anna, and Sarah are going to be the furthest humans have traveled since the Apollo program, guys. They're going to a higher Earth orbit. It's 1,400 kilometer apogee, which is bananas to me. That's absolutely nuts. Yeah. All right. I'm getting VLC installed here, and then we could pump it through a media source through there so I can hear the damn thing. I'm gonna key them in while I'm working on this. Give me 1 second, okay?
Looks like they're checking the inside of the hatch. As it comes down, you'll notice on the Dragon hatch, there is actually an opening, and that's where they do some of the measurements. Then there'll be a plate that actually goes over that later on before the ground team leaves the pad. But right now, like you, we're just waiting for the next step, which is the hatch coming down and getting sealed and beginning the leak check process.
Yeah, once that hatch is successfully shut, the crew will receive what's known as a post-ingress crew brief. It's basically an opportunity to sync up with the crew inside the capsule to let them inform them of any issues if we're working any, or changes to the anticipated T0, any weather concerns, anything like that. So it's just an opportunity to kind of sync up with the crew after the hatch is successfully closed.
Now, you also mentioned there's a view of the crew inside Dragon as we're waiting for the hatch to come down. But as you mentioned, we also take timelines as we do these time after time. We look at when things happen, when did they nominally occur, you get an idea of what the time is. That also allows us to know how much we've got in green light time, amount of time that we can take to work an issue before we finally get to a point in the countdown where you are now going to run out of time before you can finish everything on that big master sequence in the countdown list.
I'm perfectly synced.
So as it stands right now, the good news is hatch closed. We've still got about another 40 minutes or so before we would actually hit the time where if we haven't got everything closed and checked out, then we'd be in trouble with maybe making the on-time launch. As I mentioned, we do have 2 more launch windows or launch opportunities between the 7:38 a.m. Universal Time and the 11:15 Universal
Closeout
Time.
team has completed their final steps in preparation for side hatch closure.
Here we go.
Stand by for hatch closure and the transition to pad hatch close. And please ensure all of your items are secure from now through launch.
And
that reminds me of the warning that you get before boarding a roller coaster.
We're tracking.
It's also kind of like your comment where you're inside and now it's hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
It's like when you get on an airplane and they give you all the announcements, they show you how to fasten your seatbelt, but you look out your window
watching the stream?
and the
It's not
cargo door
working
is
on
still
X.
open. So, we're not about to pull away yet. There's still work to go.
I have
Hopefully
a media
everyone's
feed
baggage has already been
because I
brought
know.
onto the vehicle.
You can watch it here with
has been
me.
loaded.
I'll shut up for a little while if you want, Redstone.
Keep your hands and feet inside of the vehicle.
And of course, unlike all the movies like Space Camp and other things that you may have seen growing up, there's no chance for people to stow away in here. They counted and they said, okay, I see 8 feet. That's 4 crew members.
Did John just make a Space Camp reference?
Looks like that side hatch has come down now. We're just doing some final checkouts of the seal around the outside.
Oh, that guy's my hero.
And as we mentioned earlier, they will also do a leak check, and that's to confirm that the hatch is in fact sealed to
Thanks,
the
Rick.
specification that we need it to be. So the crew does still have a little bit more work to do as they are working those final procedures to finalize hatch
Some
closure.
people
So
hate me,
the hatch
Banner.
is
It is what it
physically
is.
looks like it's closed, but we will not confirm that as closed until they have completed that leak check.
All right. So the first thing they're going to
And
do here is torque
You can
down the
also
capsule.
see the crew on your right-hand
They're
screen.
going to torque it down with a torque wrench,
Although
and
they
then they're
are
going to evac
patiently
it
waiting
with a vacuum pump.
for T0. This is their time where they get to maybe relax a little bit. They've had a lot of events and a lot of activity throughout this morning for them, and now they get to monitor how the vehicle is doing
went good, CO.
and read through
Yeah,
any
working
procedures
on the
that
car
they
went-
want to on their
went fine.
tablets and prepare for that T0 in just about a couple hours from now.
If they're checking for leaks, they should call it a drip check.
Great shot of the pad there. You can see Falcon 9 standing tall at
Right.
Launch Complex 39A.
Yeah, buddy.
Just about T-minus 2 hours away from liftoff. Of course, we do
They
have
do
our
not EVA
4
from the
members of
side
Polaris
hatch,
Dawn
no.
in the Dragon at the top of the vehicle right now.
Do they
So
pressurize
far
the capsule
today,
before
everything
launch
has
to
gone
check for
according to
pressure
plan.
leaks?
We
Yes.
are on time with all of our procedures.
The torque wrench is just for monitoring the closing force. Okay? Thanks, Nervous. Good to see you, buddy.
And there we have it. The crew has taken their last breath of fresh air until they splash down in 5 days. The side hatch is now closed, one of the last major milestones for the crew before liftoff.
As we mentioned before, this is actually Jared's second time flying on Dragon, but for Scott, Sarah, and Anna, this is the first time that they're experiencing what it's like when that hatch closes right before liftoff. And
So, what was that question? Somebody asked a good question. Do they test the emergency abort system? That's section 6 in the checklist. Ayo, big dog. Hey, yo, big dog. Section 6. So when they go through the communications here, or they have a checklist, right? And it's in sections. Section 1 is getting in the vehicle. Section 2 is strapping in. 3, 4 is hatch close. 5 is I forget. 6 is testing the LES. They're going to prime the launch escape system and make sure that the launch escape system is good before they go for fueling. Yeah. Oh. Hey, yo, big dog. You got gifted a sub, man. Enjoy.
on its last mission, Dragon
Enjoy sweet rocket
Resilience.
emotes.
Now that side hatch of Dragon Resilience is closed, and I'm sure they're all very excited to, as we said before, hurry up and wait. They've got 2 more hours before they get to lift off, and we can't really ask them what they're feeling right now, but we were able to ask Jared's Inspiration 4 crew, what they had to say about their experiences flying in this same capsule.
I remember when they closed the hatch because the engineer, Maddie, she's actually now one of my best friends.
Thank you.
But one of the last things she said was, bye, have fun in space. And I found out 2 years later that the reason that she said have fun in space was because my little brother had asked her to say that. He wanted to pass on that message to us. And so I loved it in the moment. And then years later when I found out, I was just so excited.
It was just such a special moment because we'd worked so hard and we really took our time. And I just remember just feeling how lucky and grateful I was for this moment, but also being able to be with people who I admire and love, and to go on this journey. For me, being the mission pilot, I was like, you know, in my head, I'm like, don't F this up. You know, like, this is, you got, but you could tell I was super excited too, but I was also.
No.
So like
Kennedy Space Center, this is a historical place. This is where space shuttles have launched from. This is where people have left to go to the moon. There are multiple launch pads down the coast that are launching our future in space, which is very humbling to think about when we are now that first commercial orbital crew that's going to be breaking down new barriers to let more people go to space. And so that sense of awe and responsibility kind of swept over me for a little while. And you know that's important. But at the same time, it's exciting and it's fun. We've trained so long and so hard with some really great people, and now we're here in that moment ready to go.
Remember YouTube? Oh, I remember.
Now we're coming up to 2 hours until liftoff. The teams are performing the final checkouts of Dragon and Falcon. Now, while we wait for those final checkouts to complete, let's take a moment to get to know our crew flying today, starting with Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman.
I do. Hey, Seb, yes. Mm-hmm. It's because of my connections
a lot
to
of
NSF.
kids dreamed of becoming an astronaut since
They like me enough.
kindergarten. I still remember checking out just big color picture books of the early days of the space shuttle. I remember talking to my kindergarten teacher, you know, telling her that someday I was going to go to space. And I still remember she said to me that she'll be watching in her rocking chair. And then I think you just build on it with like just awesome movies like, you know, The Right Stuff and Top Gun, the original, and Space Camp, the movie, for sure. All you had to do was go to Space Camp and a robot would accidentally send you into space. You know, if you are thinking about or dreaming about being an astronaut someday, it is totally possible. You do not have to be one of the lucky few struck by lightning. Organizations like SpaceX and others in commercial space are making it possible where hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday, and you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship. And it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm, because it all matters. It has to go right every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so because there's so much we're trying to accomplish. But I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit. And they've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, you know, kind of firsthand. My name is Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Polaris Dawn.
What a badass. That guy, he's a good man.
Next up is mission
Good
pilot
dude.
Scott Kidd Poteet, who previously served as mission director for the Inspiration 4 mission.
So my love for aviation and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired, puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve. Based on my academic background, traditionally in the 80s with the shuttle program, it was astrophysicists, engineers, test pilots, those with advanced degrees. There are moments where you were like, oh my gosh, this is real, this is happening. And it brings me back to my Air Force and fighter pilot experience in combat. Compartmentalizing what's going on, being very acute to every little detail. Throughout this entire training process, we have these aha moments. And when I have these aha moments, I think about what it's going to be like when it is liftoff. And I think I will be in that very intense moment of being aware of all the details around me, all the senses, watching all the parameters of the rocket, staying very focused on the mission. I'm not nervous. I'm intensely excited for this moment. I'm a fighter pilot, so I enjoy the thrills of thrust and the acceleration that we're going to experience going from 0 miles an hour up to 17,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I would be in the seat. There are plenty of smarter, more intelligent individuals that should be in the seat, but I've been blessed to have this opportunity. I'm going to take advantage of it. My name is Scott Kid Poteet. I'm the mission pilot for Polaris Dawn.
Hey guys, I just thought I'd let you know I didn't do good in school either. C's and D's all day, F's. I failed a bunch of classes.
We're also excited to introduce
I'll
mission
let you know.
specialist Sarah Cooper Gillis, who also happens to be a member of the SpaceX
Get up off your ass
team.
and fix it.
So I cannot technically claim that I am a Boulder, Colorado native as much as I would love to. I was born in California, but I moved to Boulder when I was about 2 or 3 months old. And that's where I went to college as well. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder, and then eventually started as an intern at SpaceX. I would say I didn't always dream of going to space. I think my interest really changed in high school, and I thought human spaceflight was fascinating. I think I heard of the concept of this future job of running a space hotel, and I was like, wow, that's wild and cool. If that could be the future, that's something that I would like to think about. So I just started looking and pursuing human spaceflight topics and doing things that really interested me, because I didn't think going to space was necessarily a possible outcome. But along that journey, got to help with some really cool things, and that obviously led to going to space today.
So cool,
one of the professional accomplishments that I'm most proud of is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug was so massive. Like, that's the first time we returned launch capability to the U.S. Like, this is so big, and it was such an immense team effort to get Dragon to the point of flight for the first time. And then for me personally, then taking that and transforming that, growing our training program to support the first all-civilian crew with Inspiration 4. Those 2 missions certainly stand out for me. When I sit in the spacecraft, I think more than anything, what is going to go through my mind is just seeing all of the components that came together to make this machine, and all of the people that made those components and tested those components, being supported by the thousands of people at SpaceX that are making this possible and dedicating their lives to safely flying people to space and back. My name is Sarah Gillis, and I am a mission specialist on the Polaris Dawn mission.
CO, you don't have the huevos to do it, but dude, get me in. I'd go in right now.
Meeting the members of the crew.
Let's go.
We have heard that at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes, the Dragon side hatch leak check was successfully completed. They have provided the crew ingress briefing to the team.
I can fix the audio. Give me a second.
Right now, Falcon 9 Dragon has gone red for cumulus cloud rules.
Balls.
We have a tropical boundary that is now coming ashore in Florida. It's not coming right at us at 39A, but it has put the weather red. We're going to continue to listen to that. It's going to be another 30 to 45 minutes before
Cumulus
the weather
clouds,
officer
guys.
might be able to give us a better feel for what the launch conditions are going to be. So launch vehicle is healthy, crew is ready to go, and we're going to watch the weather. And while we're waiting, let's meet some more of the crew.
Thanks, John. And Sarah is joined by another member of the SpaceX team, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Mennen.
You want to feel insignificant? Listen to Anna. Listen to what she's done.
I did always dream of going to space. I think I was captivated by the beauty of our universe and the perspective and learning you can gain from that vantage point. So while I recognized it was a distant likelihood to ever end up getting to be there, I have always dreamed of getting to be there. I fell in love with space on a field trip in the 4th grade. I got to experience a day in the life of an astronaut as well as a flight controller in mission control, and I knew from that moment that this was an industry I wanted to be a part of. I studied math and engineering in college and graduate school, but the whole time just kept avidly pursuing the space industry. I was so thrilled when I got a job out of graduate school at NASA, and after about 7 years there, transitioned over to SpaceX, and I have been here ever since. On launch day, I think I will have a lot of things on my mind. I think one piece will be intense focus, remembering all of the work and the learning that we have gone through thanks to SpaceX to execute every piece of this mission to the best of our abilities. I will also be thinking about the massive team that it took to get to this moment, and probably honestly feeling a lot of gratitude. And then thirdly, I think I will be trying to memorize the moment. I think it's going to fly by, and I think I will try really hard to memorize the sounds, the feelings, the thoughts, the experiences in the rooms around me, so that I can freeze it in my mind and someday look back and recall what it felt like to be there. My name is Anna Mennen, and I am
refreshing
the medical officer on the Polaris Dawn mission.
Tell me if it's synced.
The Polaris Dawn crew has not only gone through the same SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts, but they also had to train to perform an EVA, or a spacewalk. For basic SpaceX training, they were trained on everything from orbital mechanics to how to live in microgravity.
Sync is better.
They
ABC.
also ran through numerous simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside of our Dragon training spacecraft.
In addition to ensuring they are familiar with SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, the crew went through an extensive training regimen to build their physical endurance and mental toughness.
Wait a minute. Does that mean I sound like a kung fu movie? If you got the butt, I'll kick it. Awesome.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our.
Fun fact here, dudes. The scuba diving was in use for spaceflight applications, was invented by Buzz Aldrin. For the people that don't know, there's a reason why he was the second guy to go to walk on the moon. Buzz Aldrin is the one that invented basically how to EVA, and he took all of his reference because he was a scuba diver. He's an avid scuba diver. He still is. He's still around. But yeah, Buzz Aldrin is the one that invented using scuba diving as an application for extravehicular activities. Yeah, he's the one that came up with doing that. It's the whole reason why NASA trains underwater.
The purpose is to go through both a launch and a reentry as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain, it's taken days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit. You're dehydrated, you're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques in getting ready for space exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had, lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
That what you call
we
that?
We are fortunate today to be joined by former NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins, who has participated in 5 spacewalks and spent a total of 333 days in space. Mike also served as commander for Crew 1, which was SpaceX's first post-certification mission on Dragon, also the second crewed flight for that vehicle, and his second long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. Welcome, Mike.
Hey, thank you, Jesse and Kate. It's great to be with you. I tell you, watching those last few videos brings back a lot of great memories from our time. And it was also, Sarah and Anna have played such a huge role in our training and our mission. So it's kind of fun to see them on the other side of that role.
Now, you were already a seasoned NASA astronaut by the time that you started training for the Crew 1 mission. How was it different from the training that you had done before?
Well, first of all, my first mission was on the Russian Soyuz, and so all of the training was actually in Russian. So it was kind of nice on that second time to have it all in English. But one of the other things that was different, the Soyuz has been around for quite a long time, 50 plus years, and so the training program for that first mission was very well proven, right? And all the gouge that was out there, all the things that you need to worry about. And whereas on the SpaceX side, we were going through that training for the first time. A lot of times that when the training we did it was the first time that anybody had actually gone through it. And so that made it pretty special for us. And it was really good. The training that SpaceX gave us was perfect.
That's great to hear that we had some good training for you here at SpaceX. And I remember seeing you and your crew walking around SpaceX, having lunch, sometimes talking to the SpaceX employees. It was almost like you guys worked here full time. But I know you were all here mainly for training for your mission. Can you tell us about some of the more rigorous training that our teams put you through?
Yeah, you bring up the opportunity to walk around and all that, and that was pretty special because you get to see the people that have designed, that have built, that are making the vehicle that you get to go into space with, and so that was certainly special. But remember as well, when we got ready for our launch, that's when the pandemic hit, and so that world that we were in got a lot smaller. We were actually kind of confined to the training area, and so it certainly changed a lot. And I have to give a lot of thanks and kudos to SpaceX, to NASA for getting us through that training during that very difficult time. Some of the more rigorous training that we went through, you've got the emergency situation. So you've got the depress scenarios, you've got the fire in the capsule scenarios. And so we had situations where as a crew of 4, we would be in shirt sleeves like this, and then we would have a fire scenario. So you have to then get your emergency mask on, and then you have to get into your suits. And at the same time, you're working procedures on the screens and all of that. And so those activities, trying to get all of that done in the time constraints that we had could be pretty challenging for us. And as a crew, I would say that was some of our most rigorous training. But at the end, when we finally got it, it was also some of the most rewarding.
Wow, that's incredible. Now, Mike, out of the 4 of us here, you are the only one who has stepped out into space. So we're going to defer to you as our in-house expert on spacewalks for this mission.
Okay, well, hopefully I can give you a little bit of perspective of what it's like to go out the door.
Between 190 to 700 kilometers above the Earth, the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt the first ever commercial spacewalk. Extravehicular activities, or EVAs, are activities performed by spacesuited astronauts outside of their spacecraft while in orbit. So, Mike, can you explain why these EVAs are even necessary?
Dude.
Yeah, so on the International Space Station, the spacewalks that we do now, of course, they're centered on really three different things. We're either repairing something that has broken on the outside of station. We are doing some normal maintenance on the outside of station, or sometimes we're actually adding new equipment to the outside of station. Now, for the Polaris Dawn crew, of course, it's a little bit different. This is the first time, and so they're actually going to be doing a lot of evaluations of just the suits themselves and the systems that they're able to use during those spacewalks.
Now, on Dragon, the Polaris crew will start prepping for their EVA a couple days in advance, almost right after they get into orbit. Now, we've had some casual debate here when the EVA technically starts, but we think we can agree that it is at least before the hatches open. Is that right?
That is right. And in fact, on station, the spacewalk preparation begins weeks in advance. And that's where you're preparing your suits and you're preparing the tools and you're preparing all of the hardware that you're going to need in the airlock itself. And so that takes a lot of preparation. And then on the actual day itself, you start that probably about 6 hours prior to get into the suits, to go through a pre-breathe, to get in the airlock and depressurize it, go out, do the actual spacewalk, and then come back in and kind of repeat the process in reverse to repressurize and then get out of your suits. So for us on the space station, when we start our EVA, that's when we actually switch our suits from power that we're getting from the station to battery power on the suits.
You mentioned the airlock on the International Space Station, but unlike the International Space Station, Dragon doesn't have an airlock, so the entire cabin is going to be depressurized, and all 4 astronauts on board will be suited up during the EVA. Jared and Sarah will exit the spacecraft while Kid and Anna support from inside of the vehicle. The spacewalk should last about 2 hours from the time that the cabin air is vented to when it's repressurized again.
And to prepare for the EVA, the crew will go through a pre-breathing activity, which involves slowly dropping the atmospheric pressure of Dragon while increasing the concentration of oxygen in the air. This process is similar to what is known as a safety stop in the diving community. In a safety stop, a diver usually stops about 5 meters below the surface to allow their body to eliminate additional nitrogen before their final ascent. This will give their bodies plenty of time to acclimate ahead of the EVA operations. Mike, is that similar to how it's done on the ISS?
Yeah, it sure is. In fact, what they're going to go through that period of time where they're actually going to be in the capsule and it's going to be at a lower pressure, we used to do a technique very, very similar on board the International Space Station. We called it a camp out. And so the astronauts would actually go inside the airlock and crew lock and close the hatch, bring it down to a lower pressure, and they would actually sleep overnight in it. The protocol that we use now is a little bit different, where we don't sleep in the airlock the night before, but in the morning we get in there, we do put on a mask, we breathe oxygen, we then close the hatch, bring it down, get into our suits, and continue the pre-breathe there to the point where we're actually doing some exercise. And it's kind of funny, we call it exercise, but if you're ever watching the video and you see us during this pre-breathe, it's a very slow exercise. We're just kind of kicking our legs at about that speed, but that's also helping us get the nitrogen out of our blood and help prevent that decompression sickness. We want to avoid that, and that's why we go through the protocol that we do.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. During the EVA, the Polaris Dawn crew will be wearing our newly designed EVA spacesuits. Building a base on the moon and a city on Mars will require thousands of spacesuits, so the development of this suit and the EVA performed on this mission are important steps towards a scalable design for spacesuits on future long-duration missions. Let's take a look at the making of the suits our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial spacewalk.
An EVA suit is an extravehicular activity suit, which is a spacesuit that can go outside of the spacecraft to do a spacewalk. We started with the IVA suit that we have, the intravehicular activity suit, as a kind of starting point, and looked at it and said, what would we have to change about this to be able to support a spacewalk? So the first is mobility. The crew will have to do a lot of moving around inside of Dragon to get outside and do the spacewalk. We had to add in new joints and new features in the suit to allow them enhanced
that
mobility
makes
while the suit's
SpaceX
pressurized.
spacesuit toasters.
When a crew member is pressurized in the suit, the soft portions of the suit become rigid. They need actual flexor and rotational joints to allow them to move around. It's kind of like a suit of armor made of fabric. We innovated in flexor joints to allow easy bending at the elbows and the knees, as well as a collapsible rotator joint
hard that is
on
to
the
make.
shoulder, which allows the suit to remain nearly fully soft, but when pressurized is a rotational bearing.
The difference between the IVA and the EVA suit is that on the IVA suit, the zipper system location is in the inseam. But since we needed to have lots of mobility on our EVA suit, that was not the preferred choice. By moving the zipper system from the inseam to the waist, we mitigated risk of the stress of the zipper.
And another big element was also the thermal side of things. The crew is obviously exposed to a much more extreme thermal environment during the EVA. So we want to make sure that the inside of the suit is comfortable for them, and that as they interface with parts of the vehicle, that is safe for them to touch as well.
The EVA suit is built and designed here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. We wanted to have something that's easy manufactured that we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
That's so freaking cool, man. Come on now.
The helmet on the EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective, since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tenoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space. Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA. But it also provides critical telemetry to the crew, so pressure, temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation.
It is, dude. I thought it was a mirror flag, and that's what it looked like to me. But no,
get work done anywhere in the solar system, and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
Jeez.
To date, previous Dragon crews used a different spacesuit called an IVA, or intravehicular activity suit, which have been worn on all SpaceX human spaceflight
Yeah, dude,
missions.
the thing that was down there.
Now, as commander of SpaceX's Crew 1 mission, Mike, I know that you're definitely familiar with that
Hey,
suit.
fellas,
So
I'm
can
going
you
to
tell
drop
us how
off
your
comms here just for a
experience
second.
with
I'll be
the
right
IVA
back.
suit was?
Enjoy the feed.
Yeah, I love the suit. I thought it was a fantastic suit. It was very comfortable. I thought it was easy to get into. I thought easy to close up and get it into a sealed condition. I don't ever remember us in any of our training or while we were on the mission itself when we had to do a suit leak check. I don't ever remember us having a case where we failed that leak check. And so I thought the suit was very reliable, again, very comfortable and very effective for what we needed it for.
That's awesome feedback. Now, both the IVA suit and the EVA suit, great suits, both of them. And we might be able to immediately notice some differences since the original suits were only in Dragon. SpaceX designed this new suit to perform both in and outside the spacecraft. Some of the upgrades include new joint designs that remain soft until pressurized. We saw that a little bit during the suit leak checks. And all this is done while maintaining mobility as well as improved thermal management. Now, Mike, in your opinion, what is the most important feature of an EVA suit?
Yeah, I think that you heard Chris and Maria and Eric talking about that, and that's the mobility. When you're out on the spacewalk itself, you want as much mobility as you can get. And of course, the IVA suits, they're really designed to help keep you alive in the event of emergency and get you back down to Earth. And so from a mobility standpoint, you need just enough to be able to do what you can on the controls with the screens and all of that. And so you don't have to have as much of that mobility. And so with the suits that the new suits, the EVA suits that you guys have designed, that just ability that you can't believe how hard just the shoulder rotations and how much you need to use your hands and grip, the difference that it makes when you have the good mobility with it. And I also got to tell you, I really love the HUD that you have inside that gives you a little bit of that information that I would love to be able to try out that suit.
Yeah, Mike, in addition to the new mobility that the suits have, the new suits also have a feature upgraded helmet with an exterior coating that acts like a sun visor, as well as the team added a camera and a heads-up display, like you mentioned, to provide some quick glance information to the astronauts on the status of their suits. Now, our team likes to incorporate feedback from the crews wearing our suits. Yeah. Mike, can you talk a little bit about that process and maybe how you were able to help provide some feedback?
Yeah, it was kind of fun because when we were going through our training, they were also initially designed in the suits. So the feedback that we were giving was kind of like what the Polaris Dawn crew has gone through with the new suits, the new EVA suits, is you're getting actually to help design the suits that all the crews that come after you are going to get to wear. And so that was fantastic, and they were just wonderful about taking our inputs and trying to design the suits that fit us in the best way possible. And then, of course, the other thing that I don't know if a lot of people realize, that each suit is custom made to each astronaut, and so you go through an individual sizing with it. And so not only did we get to help design the suits, but then you get to have that feedback to try and make your suit fit you as well as you can.
Well, it's looking forward to seeing them in action in just a few days. We'll be broadcasting that live, that spacewalk as well. But until then, let's take a look at how the actual EVA suit came together.
EVA stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken a full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We had them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
Let's go, baby.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right along the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the moon and Mars.
I'm telling you, man. The human race Starship, that's it.
It's just so cool to see how the EVA is coming together with the EVA suits. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Mike participated in 5 EVAs during his career with NASA. Now, we know you also had to go through a lot of training and preparation, but what was your first EVA like?
Yeah, it was not planned. It was one of those scenarios where we had a part on the outside of station had failed, and it turns out this was in December of 2013. So it was right before Christmas on the 21st when we went out the door for the first time to repair this pump module. And there is nothing quite like it when you look out that hatch for the first time at the Earth, 250 miles below you, going by at 17,500 miles an hour.
Units.
There is a ton of emotions that you're going through that you have to process. So it is an experience like none other.
Yeah, Mike, you talked about doing a repair for your first EVA. What other kinds of activities did you typically perform during your EVAs on the International Space Station?
Yeah, during the course of the five spacewalks that I've done, it ran the gamut. So the pump module that we had to repair on that first one, that was one of those what we call contingency EVAs, and we have a series of those where we've trained for them, but we just don't know if we're going to have to do them. It depends on what happens. And then some of the other ones we are repairing, we replace. That's actually Ike right there on the screen. That's one of I guess that was probably my fourth spacewalk right there. But anyway, there we're actually adding a new antenna to the outside of the space station. And so we really ran the gamut, prepping for adding new things, doing repairs, and then also just doing some normal maintenance outside.
So what we're hearing is that in a lot of ways, you had to be a jack of all trades out there. An astronaut, a mechanic, a scientist, handyman, all wrapped into one. Is that a good way to describe it?
Yeah, sure. A jack of all trades with a heck of a view.
Yeah, that must be pretty incredible, Mike. But changing gears a bit here, the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt to fly higher than any Dragon mission to date. At 1,400 kilometers, this would be the highest altitude orbit for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 a century ago.
Now, looking down on Earth from above, from any altitude, is a sight that few have experienced, and there's even a term for the effect that it can have on someone. The author, Frank White, first coined the term in his book called The Overview Effect, Space Exploration and Human Evolution. Mike, can you talk about your experience when you first saw Earth from space?
Yeah, I can. So, of course, I was in the Soyuz, as we were talking about earlier, and every astronaut, when they first get into space, they experience the feeling is a little bit different. And so when I first got into space, I had that feeling like I was falling. And so I have to admit that when I looked out the window for the first time and looked down at the Earth, there was a lot going on that I didn't quite have that same feeling of the overview effect. It was kind of pinch yourself. I can't believe I'm here, but then it was kind of like, what's going on with my body and trying to figure all of that out. But fortunately, I had some time to be up in space to experience that. And you know, a lot of times the overview effect, people think of it in terms of it gives you answers. You see how we're all connected on Earth, and that is certainly true. But it also, for me, left me with a lot of questions. When you look down at the Earth and you realize there's so many places around this Earth that you don't know about, you don't understand the people, the culture, the language, and so sometimes it gives you questions as much as it gives you answers.
Yeah, Mike, that must be a feeling, you know, the feeling of falling for your first EVA, but you've done 5 EVAs. So did that feeling ever change? Did you feel more comfortable, or did it ever get routine, after the 4th or 5th time?
Well, yeah, I would never say that it got routine, but you certainly get more comfortable with it. It's always, you still always have those emotions, that intensity. I will tell you that on my last spacewalk, as I was getting ready to come back into the airlock, I just grabbed onto the rail that's around the airlock there, and I just kind of tried to take it all in, and knowing that this was probably the last time that I was going to go outside in space. And so it is certainly a special moment. And as you do it more often, I think it gives you an opportunity to kind of absorb more each time.
What incredible views. Now, after you returned to Earth, after that first time in space, what kind of impact did that experience have on you when you ultimately came back to land?
Yeah, when you get back to Earth, you certainly miss...
Dude, look at the dragon on the
being
left side.
in space. You
That's
miss that
crazy.
experience. You miss the floating. But I would tell you that there's one of the things that it did for me of coming back to Earth was it made me appreciate all of the little things. For example, the first weekend I was back, I was standing outside in my backyard and it was raining. And I was just experiencing the rain, because when you're up in space, there's no weather. It never rains. There's no wind. There's no snow. It's just always the same. And so all of those little things, when you don't have them, that makes up what life is like down here on Earth, it makes you appreciate it that much more.
Wow, Mike, thank you for sharing that very intimate experience that you had when you came back to Earth. It has been such an honor to have you with us today, but we will see you back here again for our live EVA coverage in just a few days.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for letting me be a part of this, and go Polaris Dawn.
Awesome, Mike. See you in just a couple of days.
Cool.
Now, for those of us who have not experienced the overview effect firsthand, here's a little more on the phenomenon itself.
The overview effect is that sensation or that feeling that you get when you see our whole world from the perspective of being outside of it.
It ranges the whole spectrum from like how delicate the Earth may appear because, it's only this thin blue line that separates this habitable atmosphere of our home planet to, the vacuum of space.
It's hard to comprehend what the impact is going to be when I first see Earth from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can so we can bring it back and share it with the world.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you were, journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system and try and figure out what this is all about.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most on the mission is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
In addition to the science and supplies going up on the Polaris Dawn mission, the crew is also taking along some personal items for their 5-day trip around planet Earth. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take to space.
Hey, AP.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that I co-authored about a mama dragon that ends up training and flying to space.
my dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife, watches. I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school watch.
It's one of my takeaways after Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping. You brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, we went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book, all of our vows were taped in the book, and then it got passed around and all the speeches got added to the book. And so it's just a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm gonna bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher than anyone has ever flown in Earth orbit.
I'd love to be able to have some sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus SpaceXers. I guess I wish I could bring something for everyone who's made a difference in this program.
I will, in particular, get to read this story from space to my kids here on Earth, as well as some of the brave kids of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I think that connection moment while I'm up there floating in space is something I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to have.
And we actually have something super cool here with us, a copy of Kisses from Space, just like the one that the Polaris Dawn crew will have flying with them. Anna actually penned this book as a love letter to her kids. And you can actually get one for yourself from major publishers, as well as from penguinrandomhouse.com. The proceeds from this book will benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And it's just a gorgeous illustration and just such a lovely story.
Yeah, my niece is literally going to love this book. I can't wait to get a copy and read it to her.
Yeah, I hope Anna is willing to sign copies of it, because I'm sure she's going to get flooded with requests when she comes back down to Earth.
Yeah, definitely. That will be so awesome.
Yeah. So with that, let's get a status update from John Innsbrucker, who's been listening in on the countdown.
Well, the clock is just inside T-minus 1 hour and 16 minutes, and we're continuing to count down to the first launch opportunity. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're sealed in the Dragon spacecraft. We've done the comp checks, suit leak checks. They were successful. The side hatch is closed. It passed its leak check. And at T-minus 90 minutes, the ground support team has left the pad. So it's just the 4 crew members on top of Falcon 9 inside of 39A. Now, currently, the launch teams are not working any significant issues on Falcon or Dragon. The biggest thing we're watching right now is the weather. We're expecting another update in about 15 minutes. As mentioned earlier, we are red for cumulus clouds. The good news is the boundary layer is dissipating, and we are fingers crossed that the weather will stay more than 10 nautical miles away and give us a chance to launch right on time. Other weather, everything else is looking good. The ground winds are good. The upper altitude winds, we're releasing balloons that go up to 90,000 feet. That gives us structural information, wind speed, wind shear information, nothing unusual that we're seeing there. So pretty much just fingers crossed, the weather officer will give us good news coming up at about the T-minus 1 hour evaluation point. So with that, Kate, we're just crossing our fingers for the weather.
Thanks so much, John. Love to hear the good news about the progress, and we will keep our fingers crossed about the weather conditions. Now, Polaris Dawn is the first of 3 planned missions in the Polaris program that will conduct extensive research, scientific research, to expand our knowledge of humans adapting, living, and working in space. Much of this research is also intended to improve life here on Earth.
And like all science and research, it begins with collecting tons of data, and that process started well before today. Let's take a look.
We are in the Houston SpaceX office today. We are here for our what we call L-30 or launch minus 30 days data collection for all of the research that we're doing on our mission. We have about 40 experiments, and a number of those require data collection pretty close to launch date. And so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure we're really sharp on all of our procedures when we go to flight.
There's a lot of steps for each one of these science experiments. They're beneficial for not only improving and enhancing healthcare here on Earth, but it helps us continue this progression with space exploration.
What Kid and Anna are doing with the endoscope up through the nose and looking down at the vocal cords, I mean, that is not something easy to perform, in a hospital environment, let alone in space. They certainly stand to learn a lot from it. Reestablishing someone's airway, that's worthwhile to know if we're going to Mars someday. But I think that's a tough one to perform in space. But you got two really highly motivated individuals that are going to try and conquer it.
In space, there's inflammation. We don't have the impact of 1G pulling on that fluid. So we need to better understand what that inflammation looks like. And once we have a better understanding, we can develop the procedures and the equipment necessary to handle any type of triage situation.
We stepped into this virtual reality scenario. I think Kid and I liked it a lot because they're flying a spacecraft on Mars to kind of gather like hand-eye coordination, motor skills, some cognitive abilities now, and then they're going to compare it to post-flight as opposed to whether or not we can successfully land on Mars.
One of the unique things of our missions, they're 3 to 5 days length. You maybe can't study the super long duration things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem in the astronaut community is called SANS, and it's where the astronaut's eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time. So they will be wearing a contact that actually makes them look like a cyborg. It has little coils that can measure the interocular pressure, and then we can start testing countermeasures that might actually be able to prevent some of those negative effects.
We are doing an experiment called GVS disorientation, and this experiment, we wear a set of electrodes that sends electricity essentially through our brain between our inner ears and stimulates a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to be collecting imagery of our veins and identifying whether there's actually bubbles forming when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become multiplanetary, we've got to overcome some of these challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on orbit in a zero-G environment, in a vacuum, will help us continue this cause in furthering space exploration.
Freaking killer, dude. It's kick ass, man.
As the countdown continues to lift off, we'd like to introduce Dr. Samantha Weeks, Science and Research Director for the Polaris program. Dr. Weeks, call sign Combo, is a retired United States Air Force colonel with over 2,200 hours flying fighter jets, including 105 combat hours. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here today.
Now, she spent the last 2.5 decades focusing on human performance in aviation, and now she's overseeing science and research for the entire Polaris program, starting with the Polaris Dawn mission. Super cool. Now, how did you get involved with the Polaris program?
Well, I worked for Jared, and Jared actually worked for me when I was still in the Air Force, and he had Draken International. And he came to me in 2021 and told me about the Polaris program and asked me to be part of it as a mission director for science and research. And I was an aerospace physiology major at the Air Force Academy. Wanted to go fly first, but always loved medicine. And so this was a natural fit. And I jumped at the opportunity when he asked me to be a part of this great, amazing mission.
That's so cool to see how you guys connected the dots. I'm sure there was a lot of things that went into, the research portfolio that you guys put together. Can you explain how the scientific research portfolio all came together?
Absolutely. Initially, when the mission was announced in February of 2022, we had some experiments that were ready to go, but we wanted to pack as much science and research into the 5 days that the crew will be up as humanly possible. So we did a call for research proposal and projects and worked very closely with SpaceX to gather the best and the most feasible that were out there. And we have a complement of 36 different experiments with 31 partner institutions from across the globe going up with the Polaris Dawn crew tonight.
Wow, it sounds like there was a lot of opportunity to participate. A lot of work went into that. Can you maybe share a little bit about some of the planned experiments?
Yeah, you bet. You saw the crew and Marissa talk about a few of the experiments that they'll be doing while they're up in space. But another one is from the University of Dartmouth, and will focus on bone loss. We know that without gravity on our skeleton, our bones don't need as much calcium, so they begin to leach calcium into our bloodstream, which poses a risk to develop kidney stones. And from what I hear, nobody wants one of those, especially in space. So this will help us understand how early onset begins and maybe mitigate that risk of developing kidney stones as we go deeper into space, back to the moon, to Mars, and trying to make life multiplanetary. Another one focusing on bone health comes from the University of Calgary, and they're going to be trying to identify very early signs of bone loss and looking for any type of structural, physiological changes that occur in this relatively short 5-day mission, so that we can once again begin to understand how early bone health and bone loss begins to take hold in an astronaut.
Yeah, that sounds like very important research for spaceflight. And you talked about 36 different research experiments, but I really want to know, I'm going to put you on the spot, what is like the 1 or 2 experiments that's like very near and dear to you and the Polaris Dawn crew?
Well, I went to the Air Force Academy, and the Air Force Academy has an experiment going up, and it's called SOFIA, which is Space-Optimized Plant Habitat in Array. And it focuses on the growth response of plant physiology in microgravity, as well as in different orbital environments and exposure to different and varying magnetic fields. And that will help us understand potentially root growth and crop production in space. And it's kind of funny because I hated botany at the Air Force Academy, but that's what's going on.
Irony.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an honor to have you part of our broadcast, and we look forward to seeing all of these research opportunities come together throughout the mission.
Thanks for having me here tonight.
Thank you. To date, Dragon has carried more than 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station since 2012. Whether it's returning time-sensitive experiments from the International Space Station or bringing back science performed inside the Dragon spacecraft while in orbit, Dragon safely returns at home.
While docked with the International Space Station, Dragon can also act as a lab, providing extra room for astronauts to perform their work. And when the space station is fully booked, Dragon also serves as an extra bedroom when needed.
Actually, NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins, who joined us earlier, slept inside of Dragon during his entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth, as I mentioned. In fact, the Inspiration 4 mission in 2021, during that mission, the crew conducted research while traveling weightless at over 17,000 miles per hour. You can see a photo of the crew there on your screen while they were on orbit. And what you see there is also what the Polaris Dawn crew will be doing over the next 5 days in their mission. Dragon's cargo capacity can be allocated for both crew essentials as well as scientific equipment dedicated to microgravity research.
As well as just crew.
Yes, in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit.
We will be cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Copy that, SpaceX.
Just heard some comms from the core to the crew,
it's possible,
letting them know that there will be
it's in a similar orbit to the ISS, so you might be able to see it in certain
conditions. Of the cabin. So this could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. Now, the selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that might not otherwise have an opportunity to do
service
so.
animals?
Super cool opportunity. For more information about SpaceX's on-orbit research program, visit spacex.com/human spaceflight/research.
/OK.
Now, as we mentioned at the start of the show, there are a number of firsts that
There
are
are the
going to
EVA
occur
suits,
on
yes.
this mission. The first commercial spacewalk and possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which will break the altitude record set by Gemini 11, which happened half a century ago, which is wild.
Yeah, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and placer. Inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. This terminal will be linked to the new plug-and placer device that is mounted on board.
All of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves, with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there is a lot to be learned here. If this works, Plug and Placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
This technology will also
That's
help
kind of a
here
big
on Earth
deal.
by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris
did,
program
Ren.
is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global Partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew had a chance to hear from students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
They all want to go.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase,
This is
Texas,
so
we're continuing
nuts.
to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
SpaceX's ultimate goal is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that will get us there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
Now, we're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full system reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a second Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the Moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the Moon.
SpaceX for a
Hold on,
weather update.
update.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, we are tracking some rain near the pad and still monitoring the cumulus cloud condition from earlier. We're going to be taking the weather decision down to T-minus 50 minutes, and in the meantime, evaluating system readiness for LES arm. With that, we're going to have you start section 5 of 4.100 and report when you are go for launch.
All right, copy that, SpaceX. For weather, you're tracking rain, and you're going to take this down to a T-minus 50-minute mark while you evaluate for LES arming. We are go to step into section 5 for LES arming preparation.
That's a good read back, Dragon.
All right, so quick update there for our Polaris crew, just continuing to monitor the weather, as we've been saying all evening. Unfortunately, just one of those things that we can't control. Now, thinking...
It's absolutely 50 minutes, T-minus 50 minutes, because that's when they initiate Section 6. They start to prime the launch escape system. They're going to get to that point, and we're going to see... Guys, I'll be honest, rain near the pad is not ideal. That's not good. You don't want rain near the pad, but that's not the big one that they're tracking. The big one is the cumulus cloud rule. It's too cloudy. That I don't have a better way of saying cumulus cloud rule. It's just too cloudy. Oh, Shiva's talking. Hold on. Come on, mouse.
Confirming that they are go for launch while we monitor weather for T0 tonight. When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
My lifetime.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we mentioned, we recently completed the flight test 4 for Starship. That was in June 6th, on June 6th from Starbase, as you can see there on your screen. Super Heavy booster lifting off successfully there and completed a full duration ascent burn.
That's still cool, man.
Starship executed another successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it towards the splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn, so exciting, and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico 7 minutes and 24 seconds into the flight. The landing was caught by both the onboard camera, as you can see there, as well as one of SpaceX's marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second stage Raptor engines successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled re-entry, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and maximum aerodynamic pressure, demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
Speaking of the flaps, those incredible flaps, Starship provided live video of those flaps during that re-entry phase via SpaceX's Starlink satellites. And it provided, as you saw, the most spectacular views as we all cheered on the little flap that could as it clung on for dear life. Now, those Starlink-enabled views really just keep on giving.
Dude, I go full caveman.
Flight 4 ended with the Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes after launch. Now, the 4th flight of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future. Its accomplishments will provide data to drive improvements as we continue to rapidly develop Starship into a fully reusable transportation system.
Now, coming up on Flight 5, which is the next flight, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever tower catch of a booster. which you can see that tower there on your screen. Returning the booster after a launch is a core capability to Starship, becoming rapidly and
sideways catch. Did I call
reusable.
that? Sideways catch, baby.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting.
It's
And as of
coming
August
in like
21st, both towers were fully stacked, which is pretty exciting to see. So stay tuned for exciting updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, for those that recently joined us, as you can see on the clock, we're about T-minus 53 and a half minutes away from liftoff. We did hear from the crew operations and resource engineer that we are awaiting a final weather update at T-minus 50. That's 50 minutes, so in just 3 minutes from now. Weather has been a watch item all evening, in fact, for like the last 2 weeks. And we are hoping that some unfortunate weather close to the pad will dissipate in time. There is a couple of rules that we're watching, trying to hope that that weather clears out from the 10 nanometer range. So we are standing by for that final update from the launch weather officer. But as you can see on your screen, Polaris Dawn crew is pretty comfy in their suits and in their seats.
Yeah, they are patiently waiting. They did give the go that they are ready for launch if we do proceed to T0. And again, we do have a couple opportunities
yeah, she meant nautical miles,
for T0
not nanometers.
if weather does not look good for the initial T0 that we're planning for right now.
What are you going to do?
That's right. But we are standing by, like we said before, just a couple minutes for that final update. Basically a go, no-go update from our weather officer. It's a little deceiving because this view here, these inky black skies, you can't really tell what the weather is or isn't around the pad. Of course, pad 39A here on your camera. And if I were Jared in the capsule, right, hearing that, you're in the capsule, you've done a successful suit leak check, you've done a successful side hatch leak check and closure, and he has flown in this capsule once before. This is Dragon Resilience. This is, of course, the capsule that took the Inspiration 4 mission on its, couple-day mission around planet Earth. And, if I were Jared, I would be really impatient at this point and just like...
Yeah, we're listening in right now. The launch team is talking to the launch weather officer. They're trying to look in the crystal ball and figure out, do we think things may clear up in 51 minutes enough, keep the clouds, everything away more than 10 nautical miles from the pad? Or should we go to the second T0, which is at 9 hours, 23 minutes universal time, just under 100-minute delay if we have to wait? They're asking the yellow questions. We have the propellant load and launch go-no-go poll coming up at 50 minutes.
Please don't do
45 minutes. So everything's coming together right
that.
now. So we're going to listen in just a little bit more and see whether or not we roll the dice and proceed to 0, hoping that the little cells that are popping up dissipate in 20 to 30 minutes and give us a clear launch to space, or if we decide...
So right now there's a huge cloud system
we
to the
knew
northeast.
Going into the countdown today that the probability of violation of the launch weather rules was 60%, i.e. only 40% favorable. So we knew that there was a chance here, but in the event that, the clouds parted, or rather just stayed away out of those 10 nautical miles, we wanted to try and take advantage of the opportunity if it presents itself. So we're keeping our fingers crossed.
You can just barely see the artifacting, guys. It's raining.
And really hoping for that
Not
opportunity.
that big of a deal.
And of course, we're talking about launch
drizzle,
weather.
it's fine.
But something that we've been looking at for the last couple of weeks is not only the launch weather, but also the booster downrange recovery weather, as well as the ascent phase abort scenario weather patterns. Want to make sure that if Dragon for some reason has to activate the launch escape system during the ascent phase, that all that weather along that corridor is clear, and the weather 5 days from now to make sure that there is a viable path for safe crew return when their mission is done. So a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot to look out for. And again, we are trying to make this call prior to propellant loading starting on the vehicles. That will be important for us to be able to hold if we decide to go to the additional T0 opportunities that we have. We'd like to make that call before we start loading propellant.
Exactly. So we're now under T-minus 48 minutes. We are standing by for the final update from the launch weather officer. We're hoping that we get the okay to proceed into propellant load. This is such a great view. It reminds me of Tron, really. This view with the crew access arm illuminated from the interior. I love daytime launches, but there is something even more futuristic about nighttime launches.
Operators proceed with 18.85, propellant load, go, no go, pull.
And just a quick note, launch director telling the team to proceed with the go, no go pull. Car's going to talk to crew now.
Dragon SpaceX for weather update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we're still watching weather. It seems that the T01 opportunity is going to have the best chance of getting us to a launch today. So we're going to be pressing into the propellant load go, no go pull.
And copy that, SpaceX. And just for good readback, we are presently no-go for weather, but we are stepping into the prop load pull.
I'm fine. Shiva?
And stand by, Dragon. We're just confirming.
Hang on. Get some water. I just got some water. That's why I'm coughing. We're good. Yeah, the special. That's what I had. Check, please.
Yeah, we're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. They've made a determination to continue on, betting that the weather will be go in 46 minutes from now. We heard Core bring it up with the crew briefly. We're waiting now for the directions from the launch director to the launch team for the readiness for propellant load and launch pull. Currently, they are continuing to talk with the launch weather officer, but it looks like if you look at the upcoming T0 or the next one in about 100 minutes, it's about an equal opportunity. So we're going to move into propellant load, it appears.
That's not... No.
Now, right now, the launch director should be polling electronically.
For awareness, we got one more radar scan. We're evaluating this radar scan.
7 members.
We'll get back here.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're standing by.
They said they're gonna go for the first window or nothing. They're gonna roll the dice, but it's not.
Yeah, there's some discussion on the weather net about a cell to the northwest and whether or not it's exceeding constraints.
Shut up, Forlorn. I'm busy.
Electronic poll has been completed. If we do continue with the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX, we're getting meteorological input that we should waive this attempt given the last radar scan. So we're going to pause the clock here and move to our second T0.
No.
Copy that, SpaceX.
No, shut that off.
We are standing by for the second T0.
Okay, we're T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds, and we have paused the clock for the moment.
We
got a last-minute update. One cell right at around the 10 nautical mile border had popped up on the radar returns. We have to get all the weather clear within 10 nautical miles of the launch pad in order to be able to launch Falcon 9 with the crew on the Dragon.
And launch control.
The weather
LD
was
on countdown
iffy.
one,
if it would
please
clear
set the
in
T
time
spot
for
to
the original T0.
092349 UTC.
Oh, that sucks.
And LD, that's 09:23:49 UTC.
That is correct.
Launch director confirming the planned new T0, 09:23:49, I believe, universal time. That would be at 5:23 a.m. on pad 39A.
And the clock is counting to 09:23:49 UTC.
As you can see on the webcast screen now.
Dragon SpaceX launch T time has been moved to 09:23:49 Zulu. Stand by for seat rotation, after which you will remain in the capsule with the side hatch closed. Please confirm when you are ready for seat rotation.
Copy that, SpaceX. New T0 092349, and we'll get back to you on that seat rotation.
Europeans right now going.
We just heard the core.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
Yes, Ivan.
SpaceX copies. We will report when initiating.
The new T0 is still 60% probability violation. All right, chat. I'm going to get coffee. Be right back.
Okay, it sounds like we are now in the middle of seat rotation. With the delay, you see on the screen, we're T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes. There's a view inside the capsule. They're working on their tablets, getting their updated clock. Okay. Updating for those who are watching right now. We got down
Dragon,
to
SpaceX
just
is initiating seat rotation.
a lot going on here. Seat rotation being initiated. We ought to see that on our screen coming up. And seat movement begins. That'll make it a little easier on the crew as we wait for the launch window opportunity number 2 to arrive. They'll be back into a more regular seated posture, and then we'll get back through seat rotation a little bit later on. But right now, inside 2.5 hours now to the planned T0. As we mentioned, as we started the webcast, we had 3 opportunities. We've had to wait.
Seats are in the upright position.
Copy that, SpaceX. We show the same.
We had to wave off the first opportunity just as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. The weather forecast was iffy at best, and we have elected to go for the second of the 3 T0 opportunities. Next launch opportunity at 9:23:49 Universal Time. We'll have a third opportunity if need be at 11 hours 50 minutes Universal Time. We don't know what the weather forecast is. It's fairly dynamic as a tropical boundary layer has come ashore in Florida. Now, just before we had the hold, the launch chief engineer had pulled both the Dragon and Falcon 9 teams, verifying that if we were to hold at this point in the count, just at T-minus 45 minutes before we began propellant load, that both the Dragon and the Falcon teams were in a good position to hold the clock and then recycle back to the T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes that you see on the screen now. So we had not taken any irreversible steps. In fact, as you just saw, the crew rotation back to a vertical position, give them a little more comfort. They will remain inside the Dragon capsule as we continue to count down. Everything is good for Dragon, as well as for the Falcon 9 team. We had not begun loading propellant into the Falcon 9, and so we were able to hold the clock and wait till we get closer, and then we can resume the final checks and the propellant load of Falcon 9. Hopefully, fingers crossed, for a launch coming up in 2 hours and 24 minutes. And of course, we'll be continuing to watch the weather throughout the early morning in Florida. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it is dynamic conditions. The concerns we had were not winds. It was twofold. A shower was passing over the launch pad that was just had rain in the ascent trajectory, but we expected the rain shower to dissipate. The bigger problem is there are frontal boundaries north and south of the launch site, and we were then seeing cells popping up, and that made us a little concerned that they may still be around at T0, and we would then have had to scrub for the day. So the good news is we are still counting down for launch. We're going to wait 2 hours and change and see how things go. And with that, Kate, Atticus, Jesse, we got close.
So close.
But we're still here with another chance.
Yeah, but yeah, we're not out of the fight yet. Obviously, we would have preferred for weather to cooperate, but the safety of the crew is the top priority. So we're.
Guys, we're gonna get a momentary blackout on the feed. That's expected. Just give it a second.
Disappointed than the crew on board,
Sorry about that, guys. Just momentary
let's
drop
take
in the
this
MIDI
opportunity to learn a bit more about them. The Polaris Dawn mission has many first-time objectives, so the Polaris program, of course, chose a crew of experts who know each other well and have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake the challenges of this mission. So we've seen them before on Inspiration 4, Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman. As I mentioned, he was the commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed-around-the-world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet Team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours. Here's a little bit more about Jared.
I think like a lot of kids dreamed of becoming an astronaut since kindergarten. I still remember checking out just big color picture books of the early days of the space shuttle. I remember talking to my kindergarten teacher, telling her that someday I was going to go to space. And I still remember she said to me that she'll be watching in her rocking chair. And then I think you just build on it with like just awesome movies like The Right Stuff and Top Gun the original and Space Camp the movie for sure. All you had to do was go to space camp and a robot would accidentally send you into space. If you are thinking about or dreaming about being an astronaut someday, it is totally possible. You do not have to be one of the lucky few struck by lightning. Organizations like SpaceX and others in commercial space are making it possible where hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday, and you don't have to be a test pilot You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship. And it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm, because it all matters. It has to go right, every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so, because there's so much we're trying to accomplish. But I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit, and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit. And they've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, you know, kind of firsthand. My name is Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Polaris Dawn.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign, Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kid served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kid is a command pilot with over 3,200 flying hours and has logged over 400 hours of combat time. Following his Air Force career, Kid served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4. Let's hear from our mission pilot himself, Scott Kid Poteet.
Hey, 10.
So my love for
aviation
and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired, puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve based on my academic background. You know, traditionally in the 80s with the shuttle program, it was astrophysicists, engineers, test pilots, those with advanced degrees. There are moments where you were like, oh my gosh, this is real, this is happening. And it brings me back to my Air Force and fighter pilot experience in combat. Compartmentalizing what's going on, being very acute to every little detail. Throughout this entire training process, we have these aha moments. And when I have these aha moments, I think about what it's going to be like when it is liftoff. And I think I will be in that very intense moment of being aware of all the details around me, all the senses, watching all the parameters of the rocket, staying very focused on the mission. You know, I'm not nervous. I'm intensely excited for this moment. I'm a fighter pilot, so I enjoy the thrills of thrust and the acceleration that we're going to experience, going from 0 miles an hour up to 17,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I'd be in the seat. There are
No. Come on. I'm going to give the feed a refresh.
In the seat, have this advantage. My pun.
She helped prepare prepared NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions, and most recently directly trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts. Sarah is an experienced mission control operator who has supported real-time operations for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. In 2015, while studying at the University of Colorado Boulder, Sarah started an internship at SpaceX and then moved into the astronaut training program full-time after graduation. Here's a bit more about Sarah.
It's the media feed. It's just the feed has been spotty all night.
So I cannot technically claim that I am a Boulder, Colorado native as much as I would love to. I was born in California, but I moved to Boulder when I was about 2 or 3 months old. And that's where I went to college as well. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder and then eventually started as an intern at SpaceX. I would say I didn't always dream of going to space. I think my interest really changed in high school, and I thought human spaceflight was fascinating. I think I heard of the concept of this future job of running a space hotel, and I was like, wow, that's wild and cool. If that could be the future, that's something that I would like to think about. So I just started looking and pursuing human spaceflight topics and doing things that really interested me, because I didn't think going to space was necessarily a possible outcome. But along that journey, you know, got to help with some really cool things, and that obviously led to going to space today. One of the professional accomplishments that I'm most proud of is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug was so massive. Like, that's the first time we returned launch capability to the US. Like, this is so big, and it was such an immense team effort to get Dragon to the point of flight for the first time. And then for me personally, then taking that and transforming that and growing our training program to support the first all-civilian crew with Inspiration 4. Those 2 missions certainly stand out for me. When I sit in the spacecraft, I think more than anything, what is going to go through my mind is just seeing all of the components that came together to make this machine, and all of the people that made those components and tested those components, being supported by the thousands of people at SpaceX that are making this possible and dedicating their lives to safely flying people to space and back. My name is Sarah Gillis, and I am a mission specialist on the Polaris Dawn mission.
And around...
Man, Sarah Gillis is way younger than me. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't like that at all. Dang kids.
Where she manages
cool.
the development of crew operations and works in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. During her time at SpaceX, Anna has led the implementation of Dragon's crew capabilities and developed critical operational responses to vehicle emergencies.
Sucks.
Prior to SpaceX, Anna worked for 7 years at NASA as a biomedical flight controller for the International Space Station. She received her bachelor's degree in mathematics and Spanish from Texas Christian University and her master's degree in biomedical engineering from Duke University. Let's hear a little bit more from our other SpaceX team member, Anna Walker-Menon.
I did always dream of going to space. I think I was captivated by the beauty of our universe and the perspective and learning you can gain from that vantage point. So while I recognized it was a distant likelihood to ever end up getting to be there, I have always dreamed of getting to be there. I fell in love with space on a field trip in the 4th grade. I got to experience a day in the life of an astronaut as well as a flight controller in mission control, and I knew from that moment that this was an industry I wanted to be a part of. I studied math and engineering in college and graduate school, but the whole time just kept avidly pursuing the space industry. I was so thrilled when I got a job out of graduate school at NASA, and after about 7 years there, transitioned over to SpaceX, and I have been here ever since. On launch day, I think I will have a lot of things on my mind. I think one piece will be intense focus, remembering all of the work and the learning that we have gone through, thanks to SpaceX, to execute every piece of this mission to the best of our abilities. I will also be thinking about the massive team that it took to get to this moment, and probably honestly feeling a lot of gratitude. And then thirdly, I think I will be trying to memorize the moment. I think it's going to fly by, and I think I will try really hard to memorize the sounds, the feelings, the thoughts, the experiences in the rooms around me, so that I can freeze it in my mind and someday look back and recall what it felt like to be there. My name is Anna Menon, and I am one of the mission specialists as well as a medical officer on the Polaris Dawn mission.
Well, Anna certainly got her wish in terms of having an opportunity to freeze the moment as we had to push off of our initial T0 due to weather conditions. But in those packages, you got some glimpses into the training that the Polaris Dawn crew had to undergo. They not only went through the same SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts, but they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extravehicular activity, or spacewalk, as it's better known as. For basic SpaceX training, they were trained on everything from orbital mechanics to how to live in microgravity. They also ran through numerous simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside our Dragon training spacecraft.
Yeah, and in addition to ensuring they are familiar with SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, the crew went through an extensive training regimen to build their physical endurance and mental toughness, ensuring they are well-rounded and prepared for spaceflight, and especially for the first ever commercial spacewalk. From scuba diving to skydiving, we had an opportunity to talk to the crew about some of the rigorous training that they went through, and here's what they had to say.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our spacewalk.
I have to say, I think the max fun here was the skydiving we did at the Air Force Academy. That was some of the best training ever.
When I dropped out of that airplane, sitting in the airplane as I was going up, I felt those nerves, all of that rush of emotions that comes with, recognizing that you are about to do a really high consequence operation.
And you're standing out, leaning into the wind, out of an aircraft, and then you just let go and you fall.
That looks like fun.
It was incredible training. Some of the most memorable training we've done.
For the centrifuge training, the purpose is to go through both a launch and a reentry, as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain, it's taken days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit. You're dehydrated, you're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques in getting ready for space exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had, lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station and it's currently the only vehicle capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. It's also the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit during the Inspiration mission in 2021. Over the last 4 years, the spacecraft has supported 13 human spaceflight missions and flown 50 crew members representing 14 countries. Through missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn, Dragon is helping lay the groundwork for deep space exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will adapt, live, and work in space. Dragon can also help discover more about our home planet. With upcoming missions like From 2, we aim to do exactly that. Named in honor of the ship that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, the crew of From 2 will be the first to explore Earth from a polar orbit. From 2 will be SpaceX's 6th commercial astronaut mission and will allow the crew to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers. Over the years, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter. In free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola for the best views while in orbit, and that'll be the case with the upcoming From 2 mission. Finally, we have our newest option, which is the Skywalker hardware to support a spacewalk, and the Skywalker will be making its debut on Polaris Dawn. And in addition, who knows what else the future will bring. Now, while the crew gets situated in Dragon, let's take a moment to get familiar with the spacecraft that we will call home, that the crew will call home for the next 5 days. Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, the fully autonomous Dragon stands nearly 27 feet tall and 13 feet in diameter. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers, but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn crew. The crew will spend the majority of their time in the pressurized section, which is the top portion of the spacecraft you see there on your screen.
Dude, look over
and this
there.
allows for transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo.
Bottom left, dude.
Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk is covered in solar panels on the left side, and that's to provide power to Dragon during flight. The spacecraft is also equipped with 16 Draco thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating around 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space, and these engines are just as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to these 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos, and these power the spacecraft's launch escape system. In the very unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile away from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds. And just like the Falcon 9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, the Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the exact same spacecraft that supported NASA's Crew 1 mission, as well as Inspiration 4. That said, there are a few changes that we've made to Dragon for this mission. In order to accommodate a spacewalk, this is the first Dragon to be outfitted with a Skywalker in place of the cupola observation dome. The Skywalker is a structure that is mounted to the top of Dragon, as you can see there, and the astronauts will use this to assist in exiting and re-entering the spacecraft during their spacewalk. This Dragon is also carrying Starlink, making this the first mission to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Inside of Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal located in Dragon's trunk, and this terminal will be linked to a new device known as the Plug and Placer, which will enable the spacecraft to communicate with Starlink satellites that will be in orbit below Dragon. Now, we're very excited to see all of this in action, but Dragon has to get up there first. So let's take a look at the rocket that will be taking our crew and Dragon to space.
Yeah, babe. Dude,
Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that in turn drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters tall, or about 215 feet, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to those 9 Merlin M1D engines. And today's mission will be the 4th launch and landing for this particular booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported 2 SpaceX Starlink missions. Now, after stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards the surface of Earth. First is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter the thicker layers of Earth's atmosphere. Finally, the landing burn will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs, and these are made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. These are placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, and they are stowed during ascent and deploy just ahead of landing. Now, moving up the rocket, Falcon 9's second stage engine ignites a few seconds after stage separation, and this engine can be restarted multiple times.
Senshi, you were asking about what actually makes it dangerous to fly through rain and clouds. Okay, so there's a couple of different rules that have to do, actually four different rules that have to do with weather that I can think of off the top of my head. There's a bunch of different ones, but these are the 4 biggest ones that have to do with rain. Okay, so first big one, flight through precipitation. Don't fly when it's raining. Don't fly when it's raining. That's what that means. Why don't you want to do that? Because think of when the rocket's going up, flying into a rainstorm with how fast it's going, you're basically pelting the rocket with raindrops, right? It's got to push that stuff out of the way. The speeds that a rocket goes at could damage the spacecraft. So basically, don't fly in the rain. You're going way faster than an airplane. This thing goes faster than an airplane in 43 seconds. So don't fly in the rain. Okay, second one. Surface electric. Don't fly into a thunderstorm. Actually, that's not necessarily what surface electric... Oh, God. That's not necessarily what surface electric is. Surface electric field rule basically states you do not fly into a scenario where the rocket could become a lightning rod. That's bad. Okay. Another one. Anvil cloud rule. Don't fly into an anvil cloud. Anvil clouds form when a thunderstorm happens. Fourth one, big one, cumulus cloud rule. Don't fly through charged clouds. That's what they're tracking right now. You don't want to fly through charged clouds and have heat lightning ground out the rocket. That would be bad. They tried that once in the 60s. It didn't work very well. Well, it worked okay. Probably, we'll call it a pucker moment. Yeah. They tried that once in the 60s. It didn't really work too well. But anyway, I want to unmute John.
Pause or a hold in the countdown. We had just finished the electronic poll verifying
a lot of things
that
can
the
go wrong,
Falcon team
good question, though.
was go to load propellant into the Falcon 9, but we did not actually get that far. All evening or early morning, as the case may be, at Kennedy Space Center, we've been watching the weather. The launch weather officer had advised the team that a frontal boundary had come ashore in Florida. That was creating scattered cells that would pop up and occasionally violate the cumulus cloud rule, or in this case, as we just saw with the pad deck view there, or up on top of the fixed service structure, we were getting rain showers with rain higher up in the atmosphere than we would be allowed to fly through.
See?
So we continued to count down, fingers crossed, heading for that first T0, which was planned for 7:38 Universal Time. Inside T-minus 1 hour, it was still very uncertain whether or not the weather would cooperate for that first T0. The team took the decision down as far as they could inside of T-minus 50 minutes, trying to get the last little bit of information. But just as we thought we were going to press on and go with the original T0, we saw a cell pop up on the radar map that exceeded conditions. We looked at that and decided to go ahead and hold the clock. We heard the Corps then go back up, talk to the crew, tell them that we were held, and then we recycled to the second T0. Now we have 3 T0 opportunities. The first one is now passing us by as we get ready at 7 hours and 38 minutes Universal Time, 10 minutes from now, and that would have been a scrub. The next one that we are aiming for is coming up at 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds Universal Time, just under the 2 hours you see there on the countdown clock. There is a third opportunity if we need it at 11 hours, 15 minutes Universal Time. The problem we have is the weather is still uncertain enough that the team can't make a decision whether the second T0 or the third T0 is the best one. We're going to continue counting down, obviously, as you can see on the clock there.
No.
The scattered rain showers we see, those should clear out of the way. But we most recently had another no-go condition pop up. The surface electric field, essentially the measure of how the atmosphere is electrically charged, has violated criteria. We're going to continue to watch that. We think that one will clear. Primarily, we're continuing to worry about the cumulus clouds and the possibility of having to fly through rain on the way up the northeast coast of the United States as we head into the orbit at just over 51 degrees inclination. The Corps has talked to the crew on board Dragon. The mission director for Dragon, they have done their readiness polls. We've also checked with the SpaceX Falcon 9 team. They are go. Also, it appears that the next T0, there is no proximity warnings or concerns with any orbital satellites. Sometimes you have to move a launch window a minute or two if there might be a conjunction in space. Right now, it looks like we don't have any of those issues. The big question will be whether or not the weather is going to be go at the next T0. The other plan that we have is while we are in this hold for a little while, this is giving the Dragon and Falcon launch teams a chance to rotate people on and off console, take a few minutes break. It's been a long early morning for the team. Everybody continues to have backup support. So, we're ready to support anything that may come up, but we are giving the crew a chance to refresh.
All right, Chris.
The next major event is we continue asking the launch weather officer, what's the forecast look like? What's the forecast look like? The next big one coming up will be at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, just over 22 minutes from now. That's when Dragon is going to rotate the seats back into the launch position. The crew right now is sitting upright inside the Dragon that you can see there. The crew access arm, and there's a view of the crew in their upright posture. And then we'll rotate to horizontal into the launch position to get ready. That'll be a little later in the count than we had done it the first time around, but that's fine. The hatch is closed, leak checks, everything is copacetic in Dragon. So they'll get ready in an hour and a half and go back into the launch position in their seats.
Hi, guys.
We'll continue to bring it down. We'll get inside T-minus 1 hour where we'll do another evaluation on what the launch looks like. And then fingers crossed, we'll be able to press past T-minus 45 minutes and get into the prop load at T-minus 35 minutes. So everything continues to look good. One reminder, the only people on the pad right now are the Dragon crew themselves, the 4 people inside the Dragon. You can see that crew access arm. The seals have been deflated. They're retracted. All of the handholds are out of the way. Everything's been cleared. The only thing really waiting for everybody is ideally we get inside 45 minutes so we can retract the arm. So nobody's going back out to the pad right now. All the vehicles are cleared off. So we're going to just continue to give you status updates as we go along. But Kate, hopefully the second T0 is the winner. The first one turns out the weather is red right now, and we wouldn't have been able to go.
Yep. Well, you know what? It's been a good rehearsal so far. And realistically speaking, while the Polaris Dawn crew, I'm sure, would be delighted to be closer to, wait, how long have we been holding now? Would they be in space now? I'm not sure. My brain is a little mushy at this point. But the point is that they would still be in the Dragon capsule right now, regardless, in their seats, most likely. So they're not really doing anything significantly different physically anyway. Now, we did, as you heard John say, we did rotate the seats a bit so that they could kind of like stretch out a little bit more to be a little bit more comfortable. So, I'm guessing there's probably some like charades happening or other games involving like hand signs and so
whatever they can do while still strapped into their seats.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah,
oh, look, there they are.
There you can see them on their tablets.
All 4 of them on their tablets. I wonder if we've equipped those tablets with any games. I hope so.
I mean, they'd have a lot more mobility in
Maps.
these EVA suits to be able to play
He was looking at
games,
he was looking at a map of the Cape.
in these suits versus the IVA suits.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Gorgeous shot there of 39A. Like we mentioned before, we are in a not quite a holding pattern because we're still progressing with the launch countdown, but we did have to reset the T0 clock due to weather, and we are fingers crossed that our second targeted.
Yeah, dude, Isaacman is paying for this, dude, but he's paying it and he's paying for it, but he didn't say how much, but yeah, man, and he's, you know what, dude, we always talk about, you know, people always talk about how billionaires need to use, if they could just help people. That dude, arguably. So let me put it to you like this, dude. Jared Isaacman flew the Inspiration 4 mission. He was the commander of that mission. That mission raised $250 million for childhood cancer for St. Jude. That's a pretty good way. That's a pretty good way to do that. To be a good. Yeah. That's pretty good. Frick cancer. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. Oh, Chris Drigg is back. All right. So, yeah, man, it's actually pretty rad, dude. Yeah, so that's actually pretty freaking cool, dude. So, what would you do if one of them was watching the stream? I'd be very happy. That would make me pretty happy. Anyway.
Portions of the suit become rigid. They need actual flexure and rotational joints to allow them to move around. It's kind of like a suit of armor made of fabric. We innovated in flexure joints to allow easy bending at the elbows and the knees, as well as a collapsible rotator joint that exists on the shoulder, which allows the suit to remain nearly fully soft, but when pressurized is a rotational bearing.
The difference between the IVA and the EVA suit is that on the IVA suit, the zipper system location is in the inseam. But since we needed to have lots of mobility on our EVA suit, that was not the preferred choice. By moving the zipper system from the inseam to the waist, we mitigated risk of the stress of the zipper.
And another big element was also the thermal side of things. The crew is obviously exposed to a much more extreme thermal environment during the EVA. So we want to make sure that the inside of the suit is comfortable for them, and that as they interface with parts of the vehicle, that is safe for them to touch as well.
The EVA suit is built and designed here at SpaceX in Houghton, California. We wanted to have something that's easy manufactured that we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
The helmet on the EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tenoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space. Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA, but it also provides critical telemetry to the crew, so pressure, temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation. The ultimate goal is that you can put on a spacesuit and go out and get work done anywhere in the solar system and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
Love seeing how we have designed those suits from really the ground up. They look similar to definitely looking forward to seeing them in action in just a few days. But until then, let's take a look at how the actual EVA itself came together.
Stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where the human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We have them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right along the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the moon and Mars.
This thing's so cool. Every time I see Starship, dude, I'm like, that exists. That thing is real.
It is so exciting to see not only development of the EVA suit, but the EVA operations as well, and how so much has been specialized for this mission with the goal of having the ability to open that top hatch and have Jared and then Sarah go out and test the mobility of the suit and the functionality. And to me, it's just so cool to be able to see the design and the planning that went into all of that to make what is about to happen.
Yeah, what I think is super cool is that historically, they've done training, and the crew has done, scuba diving, but typically training has been done in a swimming pool in their suits, right? But
dumb question,
as we
has
just
Starship
saw,
made it into space yet? Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it hasn't made it into orbit. Black Hat, if you really want to be technical. So the last Starship flight, IFT-4, made it into space. It would have made it into orbit. SpaceX intentionally didn't put it into orbit on purpose. They had it re-enter on a suborbital trajectory. So it never circularized, but it could have. It definitely could have, right? I could do that if I felt like it. No, it could have done it. It just hasn't. SpaceX isn't ready to put that thing into orbit. The reason why is you don't really want to strand something that big in space in case something goes wrong. You don't want to do that. So SpaceX has been flying suborbital trajectories for Starship missions, but has it been to space? It has been above the Kármán line. Yeah, absolutely. It's been to space, and it's pretty much been to orbit 99% of the way there. They're stopping. I think their staging last time was like 26,000 kph or something. It was like it 99% of the way there. They could have made it. They absolutely would have made it. So yeah, it has, dude. And it's kind of crazy when you think about it. That thing is huge. Starship is gigantic. If there was a Starship next to this thing, okay, so you see that little oh, John's saying something. Hold on. Okay, he's just messing around. 26.5. Yeah, that's what it was, Max. It was short of 27. So you see that little nose cone thing, like way up at the top? Like way up there at the top. That's where people are. Starship is from the bottom here about 2/3 of the way up. Starship is as tall as the first stage of a Falcon 9. And later versions of Starship, the bigger versions that SpaceX is cooking up, is as tall as that. What does Starship looks like next to a shuttle? Blackbird, Starship is about the size of the external tank. Yeah, it's actually a little bit bigger. It's a little bit wider in diameter by about 60 centimeters. And it's definitely a little bit longer. Pretty damn close. Starship is 9 by 50, right? The external tank's 8.4 by 47. It is, dude, Starship is huge. It's gigantic. Here, let me, actually, no, I don't want to mess with the feeds or anything. Yeah, look up the Space Shuttle external tank. Look at people sitting next to it. Starship's gigantic. It is absolutely monstrous. Like, dude, even Falcon 9 is big. It's hard for our brains to get the scale of this stuff looking at it through the television screen or through your phone or your mobile device or your computer, whatever you're on. It's tough to understand the scale. Yeah, it's really difficult to get it right. Falcon 9 is 3.7 meters. It's like 15 feet or something. Oh, feed dumped. Crap. Come on back now. My main feed dumped. All right, we're coming back. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you don't really get it. You don't really get the size of these things. Starship is 9 meters. It's about 30 feet, give or take. It's about 30 feet. It's like 29 point something or other feet. It's freaking huge. Like, that is an incomprehensible size. You know what actually gets you a pretty good here? Hold on. Let me see if I can get you guys some good size here for this. Let me just go up there. I'll keep the feed up there so we can see it. But I was looking at information for the mission, but Space Shuttle external tank. Okay, so see the ET? That is the size of Starship. It's actually just a slight bit bigger than that. But if you were looking at it from the side, you wouldn't know. See that? Oh, this is a baller picture from STS3, by the way. That's the size of Starship. Super heavy. Super heavy is as tall as the entire stack. Yeah. Super heavy is huge. 70 meters. About 220 feet. It's a big, big, big vehicle. Now, if we back out of that and you look at this, that's the scale we're talking about here. Dude, it's a monster. It is just a monster of a vehicle. Like, it's hard to understand the scale of these things. These super heavy lift rockets are unbelievably big. Like, you got an idea for how big you think the stage is, and then you go and see it, or you get to go to a museum and see the spaceflight hardware up close, and you're just like, huh. That's bigger than I thought it was. And that's just Starship. Yeah, Mob, Starship is this big, give or take. It's the external tank's actually a little bit smaller than Starship. Super Heavy is Super Heavy is this plus another one of those things at the back. Actually, it's like Super Heavy would be like if you took the hydrogen tank and put another hydrogen tank right there. It's like if you took the external tank, cut it right on the inner tank right there, and just mirrored it. It's that big. This scale is just unheard of, dude. Oh, feeds should be coming back here. But yeah, we're waiting on that weather update, and we'll go from there. Come on. Thank you.
Test the EVA suits, but we do have some margin in there, so they might be able to get, if they're able to complete their test, they might just be able to get a minute or two
Shuttle's a beast. Shuttle is no slouch. It's a big rocket, and Starship makes the shuttle look.
We are excited to watch that with them live whenever the
Thank you for streaming the info.
No problem, happening.
No problem,
but for those of us who haven't experienced the overview effect personally,
no problem, dude.
Hand with our own eyes.
It's getting late, man.
Info on
man, I'm really happy I took that nap. If I didn't take that break, we'd be screwed right now.
The overview
I took a break from streaming
that sensation or that feeling that you get
8
when
hours
you
ago.
See our whole world from the perspective
that
of
would have
being
sucked
outside of it.
if I decided to power through.
It ranges
that really
the whole
would have
spectrum
sucked.
from like how delicate the Earth may appear because it's only this thin blue line that separates this habitable atmosphere of our home planet to the vacuum space.
The gates, mein Freund.
It's hard to comprehend what the impact is going to be when I first see Earth from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can so we can bring it back and share it with the world.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you were
5 in the morning,
journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system and try and figure out what this is all about.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most in the mission is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
As you might imagine, the Polaris Dawn crew has spent a lot of time together through all of the training and preparation for this mission, and naturally that fostered some great camaraderie. So let's hear what the crew had to say about their team bonding.
I have so many
Starship
wonderful
is roughly
memories
the
working
same
with
volume
this
as the
crew.
ISS.
One of the
That's
memories that
absurd.
stands out to me is back at
Thanks,
the
Al.
beginning of our relationship formation, and that was when we were climbing Cotopaxi together. The highs and lows of that experience and the mental toughness required really helped break down barriers and create a platform to form a trust.
I mean, you want to talk highs and lows. We were literally jumping out of airplanes. I think it just taught us an awful lot about each other, and moments of like unbelievable happiness and super lows where things weren't going to plan.
Mountains, flying fighters. Honestly, I think it's just the mundane moments that we have together to gel as a crew, and relying upon your crew, knowing when we need to ask for help.
We each do have things that we're not going to be the best at. We're not going to need to do everything. We can distribute the load to maximize what each person is bringing to the team. It's been such an adventure learning with them, learning about them, learning how to work with them. I don't think 5 days is going to be enough.
It is awesome to think about getting to live and work with each other for 5 days in this capsule. Getting to be with them while floating in space, doing work to contribute to long-term endeavors of human space flight. I am just so thrilled and excited and look forward to it.
Now, there are science and supplies going up on the Polaris Dawn mission, but also the crew is taking along some personal items for their 5-day trip around the planet. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take to space.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that I co-authored about a mama dragon that ends up training and flying to space.
My dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife, watches. I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school watch.
I don't know, you know, it's one of my takeaways after Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping, you brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, we went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book, all of our vows were taped in the book, and then it got passed around and all the speeches got added to the book. And so it's just a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm gonna bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher than anyone has ever flown in Earth orbit.
I'd love to be able to have some sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus SpaceXers. I guess I wish I could bring something.
What would I bring, Ray? So Ray over in the YouTube chat, guys, just asked if it was me, what would I bring? It's a good question. The truck? I mean, if we could do that, dude, sure. Absolutely. If I could bring my truck with me, I would. I'm dead serious. I mean, with Starship, that might be a thing. Just, I mean, how many people, like, put the truck in the Starship up into space, take a picture of the truck, me in the truck in an EVA suit in space, and then come back down, then drive it away. Because this truck has been to space. A Kerbal plushie is probably high up on the list. Yeah, I'd probably take my Kerbal plushie with me. Yeah, Kate just said on the feed she'd take a wedding ring. Wedding ring would be up there with me. Yeah, absolutely. Plus 25K instantly. Yep. Fastest truck ever. 17,500 miles an hour. No, seriously, I have some spaceflight memorabilia that I can't say what it is, but I have some spaceflight memorabilia that I would take with me. That was given to me by people. And it's a lot of it is pretty near and dear to my heart. I'd probably take it with me just to say it's been to space twice. Yeah, you heard that right. Yeah, but a Kerbal plushie, wedding ring, and my truck would probably be at the top of my list, man. Yeah. Fly the SCE to aux switch. Yeah. Now we're talking. Imagine being stoned in space, Quackcat. Dude, that would either be the coolest thing ever or not the coolest thing ever. Like, you know, that would be amazing until something goes wrong, and then you gotta, and then it's all gonna go south, you know? You know what I'm talking about? It's like if you burn one, right? And then like your car alarm goes off or something. You know exactly what I'm talking about. If you burn one and that happens, you're gonna be like, you know. I mean, you're not gonna have like necessarily a bad trip. It's just gonna get very stressful very quickly. You know what I mean? It'll get very stressful very fast. I would take the shuttle back to space. Nice. I wouldn't want any of that, dude. I would want to be completely sober because I would want to remember everything. Like, first of all, being drunk in space sounds awful. Stone, maybe that could be cool, but no. Every other narcotic, nah, hell no. No, drugs are bad. Drugs are bad, okay? You shouldn't do drugs. Drugs are bad, okay? Maybe the second time. maybe the second time. Preventionar, как-то I don't think that that's a good idea. Hotboxing the capsule? That's a really bad idea.
Yeah. Anyway, we are continuing to count down to the next launch opportunity for the Polaris Dawn crew. For those of you that have just recently joined us, all 4 of our crew members are inside that Dragon capsule there on your screen. They are the only ones left at the launch pad. The closeout crew have departed the pad, and we unfortunately had to reset the countdown clock just past, I think it was like T minus 48 minutes. So unfortunately, there was a last-minute radar scan that showed basically non-conforming weather requirements, and so we had to stand down and basically reset for our next opportunity, which is coming up in just an hour and 22 minutes. So the crew has remained in the Dragon capsule.
Don't yawn, you're going to make me yawn.
For mission control.
Nope.
Cycling through, getting an opportunity to stretch their legs, get some refreshments or some food, and really get refocused as we come back into almost right where we left off.
Yep, so as the clock continues to count, we're just at about T-minus 1 hour and 20 minutes. So far, everything with Falcon 9 and Dragon are being reported as healthy. But in the meantime, John, can we get a further status update?
Well, thanks, Atticus. T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes, as you're just saying. Everything is kind of in abeyance for the moment. We're waiting to get more information on weather. You can see a view of Dragon spacecraft on top of Falcon 9 at Launch Complex 39A on Kennedy Space Center. Lights are on in the crew access arm, but it doesn't mean anybody is in the arm. And you can see there on the screen the crew. We rotated their seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes, just about 7 minutes ago. Currently, we're slowly moving up on T-minus 1 hour where things start to pick up. Update. And here comes the weather update.
QLD. All weather rules just cleared about 30 seconds ago, so we have a green range for weather rules, and we'll have our SpaceX meteorologist fill you in for the next T0.
That's great to hear, and stay by.
And Dragon SpaceX weather officer here. We did violate a number of launch rules for that cumulus that popped up at that initial T0, so made a good call there from the whole team, SLD 45 and all. And we are tracking a much better POV for this next T0. The elbow is tracking a 35% chance of violation, and if everything holds as it currently looks for another 20-30 minutes, we should be able to step that POV down. But overall, looking good for this next launch attempt.
And copy that, Weather Officer. That's really great to know. 35% presently for POV and should be stepping down in the next 20 minutes or so. Good to hear.
Okay, so they've told the crew that what we're just getting from the launch weather officer. The first launch attempt we had to hold as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. A cell had popped up and it looked like we were going to be no-go at T0, which would have scrubbed us for the morning. So instead we held off before we began prop load into the Falcon 9. That preserved a second launch attempt coming up in just under 80 minutes from now.
No, 2020.
That T0 is planned for 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds universal time, or 5:23 and 49 seconds a.m.
It's a different
Eastern
mission,
Daylight
Wiley.
Saving
This isn't
Time.
going to the ISS.
Just about an hour or so before dawn there in Cocoa Beach, Florida. So hopefully they'll get a good view if the weather continues to dissipate. As I mentioned, we had the crew rotate seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes. On the SpaceX Falcon 9 side, the launch chief engineer is going through a technical readiness poll, making sure that the Falcon team is ready to pick up the count as we get inside T-minus 1 hour. Also, amplify a little bit on the launch weather officer. It's always interesting. A probability of violation, or POV as they call it, of 35%.
You got Red Bull?
So that means essentially 1 chance in 3 of violating the weather constraints that we would have for a launch. It's interesting. An optimist would say it's a 60% probability of good weather. You know, I don't know why we do the probability of violation, but that's the history. It's been that for as long as I have known it.
Cool, man.
The big thing that is changing is that the weather was fairly chaotic over the last hour. It's very hard to model and predict as the boundary layer was coming ashore. What they're seeing right now in the weather radar is the boundary looks like it's dissipating. And as the Corps told the crew and the weather officer amplified, we ought to know more in about 20 minutes as we get down close to T-minus 1 hour, in which case the probability of violation may actually decrease, give us an even better chance. Still looking at a variety of things. The rain showers that we saw earlier on the camera lens, making sure that they've dissipated, that we don't fly through rain on the way up. We also want to make sure the big one is cumulus cloud rules. We don't want any thick, high altitude clouds in the flight trajectory. And then, of course, continuing to watch the winds, but that looks to be pretty good. And if the rain dissipates and goes away, then the electric field intensity, which is currently green and go for launch, should also stay that way. So fingers crossed that the weather will continue to improve and we get a go here to continue through T-minus 1 hour and then prop load and take it the rest of the way on down. But right now, Kate, things are looking a little more optimistic than they were an hour or so ago.
Yeah, certainly better. Hearing that we've got a 35% chance of violating the weather requirements instead of 60, that's certainly a welcome improvement. So let's talk a little bit about the research that's going to be going up. So Polaris Dawn is the first of 3 planned missions in the Polaris program, and this will conduct extensive scientific research to expand our knowledge of humans adapting, living, and working in space. Much of this research is also intended to improve our lives down here on Earth.
And like all science and research, it begins with collecting tons of data, and that process started well before today. Let's take a look.
We are in the Houston SpaceX office today. We are here for our what we call L-30 or launch minus 30 days data collection for all of the research that we're doing on our mission. We have about 40 experiments, and a number of those require data collection pretty close to launch date. And so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure we're really sharp on all of it.
All right, I'm just going to turn this down for a second here. So what's going on is they're out of the red window for cumulus cloud and surface electric. Hey, Chosen One, tier 274 month resub. Thank you. Thanks, man. The probability of violation is down to 35% from 60. It was 60 at the start of the window. So the probability of go went from 40 to 65. So we're likely to see a launch here in about an hour and 15 minutes. With that being said, I'm probably just going to drive down to the gas station real quick and go get some snacks and provisions. You know, no snacks and provisions that would be bad for you. So I'll be back in probably about 15. I'll see you guys at the top at T-minus 1 hour. Get you a chocolate milk. All right. All right, cool. Be back in a second.
Kind of gather like hand-eye coordination, motor skills, some cognitive abilities now, and then they're going to compare it to post-flight as opposed to whether or not we can successfully land on Mars.
One of the unique things of our missions, they're 3 to 5 days length. You maybe can't study the super long duration things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem in the astronaut community is called SANS, and it's where the astronaut's eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time. So they will be wearing a contact that actually makes them look like a cyborg. It has little coils that can measure the interocular pressure, and then we can start testing countermeasures that might actually be able to prevent some of those negative effects.
We are doing an experiment called GVS disorientation, and this experiment, we wear a set of electrodes that sends electricity essentially through our brain between our inner ears and stimulates a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to be collecting imagery of our veins and identifying whether there's actually bubbles forming when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become multiplanetary, we've got to overcome some of these challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on orbit in a zero-G environment, in a vacuum, will help us continue this cause in furthering space exploration.
To date, Dragon has carried more than 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station since 2012. Whether it's returning time-sensitive experiments from the International Space Station or bringing back science performed inside the spacecraft while in orbit, Dragon safely returns at home.
While docked with the International Space Station, Dragon can also act as a lab, providing extra room for astronauts to perform their work. And when the space station is fully booked, Dragon also serves as an extra bedroom when necessary.
Yeah, exactly, Kate. And actually, NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins, who joined us earlier in the show, slept inside of Dragon during his entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Now, Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth. During the Inspiration 4 mission back in 2021, the crew, as you see there, conducted research while traveling weightless at over 17,000 miles per hour, just as the Polaris Dawn crew will be doing over the next 5 days. Dragon's cargo capacity can be allocated for both crew essentials as well as scientific equipment dedicated to microgravity research and experiments.
Yeah, and in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. The selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that might not otherwise have an opportunity to do so.
For more information about SpaceX's on-orbit research program, visit spacex.com/human-spaceflight/research. Now, as we mentioned at the start of the show, there are a number of firsts for this mission. The first commercial spacewalk, possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which, if that happens, it would break the altitude record set by the Gemini 11 mission, which was half a century ago.
Yeah, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network while in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and placer.
And Dragon, we are cycling the orbit tank isolation valves again to equalize the low flow pressure system.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're following.
And just a quick update from the core to the crew. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and placer, and inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. Now, this terminal will be linked to the new plug-and placer device that is mounted on board.
And all of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there's a lot to be learned. If this works, the plug-and placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
Yeah, this technology will also help here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris program is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew actually had a chance to hear from the students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
They all want to go.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
SpaceX's ultimate goal is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that will get us there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
And we're still in the testing phase. Major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full system reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Now, also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the moon. The vehicle will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before the Artemis 3 mission.
You are go for section 5 of 4.100. Report when you are go for launch.
And copy that, SpaceX. We're stepping into section 5, 4.100.
All right, so just the core syncing up with the crew, informing them that we are continuing with the launch countdown. So I was talking about the Artemis 3 program, the Artemis program, specifically the Artemis 3 mission, and how the Starship vehicle, like the one that you see there on your screen, will perform an uncrewed demonstration mission before the Artemis 3 mission. And that will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface.
SpaceX, section 5, 4.100. Crews go for launch.
All right, that is...
Copy, crew is go for launch.
Music to our ears. Crew is once again still ready for launch. So with the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface expedition. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we mentioned, we completed the fourth flight test of Starship on June 6th down in Starbase, Texas, as you see there. The Super Heavy booster lifted off successfully and completed a full duration ascent burn.
Starship executed another successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second-stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it back towards its splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, 7 minutes and 24 seconds into flight. The landing was caught by both the onboard camera as well as one of our marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second-stage Raptor engines successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled re-entry, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and maximum aerodynamic pressure, demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
And speaking of those flaps, Starship provided live video throughout re-entry via SpaceX's Starlink satellites, providing the most spectacular views. And we all cheered on the little flap that could as it hung on with the last strings for dear life. Now, these Starlink-enabled views, they were incredible, and we're looking forward to having similar incredible views on Polaris Dawn.
Yeah. Flight 4 ended with Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high-altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes after launch. The 4th flight of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future. Its accomplishments will provide data to drive improvements as we continue rapidly developing Starship into a fully reusable transportation system.
Now, looking forward to Flight 5, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever tower catch of a booster. Now, returning the booster after launch is a core capability to Starship, becoming rapidly and reliably reusable.
And speaking of rapidly, as of August 21st, we had both towers fully stacked, which is so incredible to see.
That's a real photo. That's awesome.
So stay tuned for exciting updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, for those that have just recently joined us, you picked a great time because we are exactly 1 hour and 1 minute and 13 seconds away from launch. Welcome back to the coverage for the Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight capabilities while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The program's goal is to demonstrate important operational capabilities that will serve as building blocks to help further human exploration to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Polaris Dawn is the first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in the first flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board.
The Polaris Dawn crew will be performing some incredible firsts in space, including the first ever commercial spacewalk. And this mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago. The crew will also be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space. They will orbit the Earth for up to 5 days before splashing down off the coast of Florida. And over the course of their mission in orbit, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of human health during future long-duration spaceflights.
Now, liftoff time is still holding for 5:23 a.m. Eastern, and we're currently tracking no technical issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green, and weather at the moment is cooperating, but the last POV that we had was 35%, and we heard that it was going to improve as we get closer to T0, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Now, over the last more than 3 hours, I think more like 5 hours at this point, the Polaris Dawn crew donned their SpaceX suits and were then transported to the pad where our crew entered Dragon spacecraft, the one that you see there on your screen. Since arriving at the spacecraft, the crew were and communication link to Dragon systems. Will be speaking to directly throughout the mission. That stands for Crew Operations Resource Engineer.
Yeah, and the closeout team was able to seal the hatch, which also gets its own leak check. And the closeout team has already departed the pad. Once that hatch was sealed, they were able to clear the area and clear the pad. And now we've been doing some weather checks as we got closer and closer to T0. So again, we will be doing another final go, no go for launch. Before we get to that final go, no go, the SpaceX team will do an internal poll, making sure that conditions are right with Falcon 9, Dragon, the crew, the range, and the weather, of course. T-minus 1 hour until liftoff is the final evaluation checkpoint, or the last opportunity for the SpaceX team to adjust the launch time if it's needed. And with everything so far on track, let's take a moment to meet the crew that will be flying today.
The Polaris Dawn mission has many first-time objectives, so the Polaris program chose a crew of experts who know each other well and have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake challenges of this mission. Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds
for a weather update.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, we are currently go for launch. Updated probability of violation is 20%. So with that, we are going to be pressing towards T02. We'll keep you updated if any other weather comes through.
Hey, copy that, SpaceX.
So as we just heard, our opportunity for launching is sounding better and better. The probability of violation for weather rules has decreased from 35% probability to 20%. So that is excellent news. Now, let's talk a little bit about our mission commander, Jared Rook Isaacman. He served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign, Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kid served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kid is a command pilot with over 3,200 flying hours and has logged over 400 hours of combat time. Following his Air Force career, Kid served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4.
Mission Specialist Sarah Cooper Gillis is a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, responsible for overseeing the company's astronaut training program. She helped prepare NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions, and most recently directly trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts. Sarah is an experienced mission control operator who has supported real-time ops for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. In 2015, while studying at the University of Colorado Boulder, Sarah started an internship at SpaceX before moving into the astronaut training program full-time.
And to cap off the Polaris Dawn crew, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Menon, who also serves as a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, where she manages the development of the crew operations and works in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. During her time at SpaceX, Anna has led the implementation of Dragon's crew capabilities and developed critical operational responses to vehicle emergencies. Prior to SpaceX, Anna worked for 7 years at NASA as a biomedical flight controller for the International Space Station. She received her bachelor's degree in mathematics and Spanish from the Texas Christian University and her master's degree in biomedical engineering from Duke University.
And that is our Polaris Dawn crew and the first SpaceX employees to fly on a SpaceX mission. Anna and Sarah also supported Inspiration 4 and actually served as trainers for the crew of that mission. So I can only imagine how incredible and the feelings that they have and how wild it is to experience a launch from the other side of the mission. Now, as the Polaris Dawn crew prepared for this mission, they had a pretty cool opportunity to sit down with a legend of spaceflight, Apollo astronaut Charlie Duke, one of only 4 surviving moonwalkers from the Apollo program. He flew on the Apollo 16 mission to the lunar surface in 1972, and more than 50 years later, he had some great advice for our crew in advance of the first ever commercial spacewalk.
And we have a liftoff. The swing arm is moving back.
I can see all the way to the ground, just like flying the LTV. Piece of cake.
Welcome to our mission control.
Thank you very much.
We copy you down, Eagle. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
What emotions run through your head as you watch that?
For Apollo 11, it was really tense. Yeah, the tension in mission control was through the roof. You know, I was more tense in that landing when I actually did it.
That's great.
Because, you know, in the spacecraft, you're seeing all the systems, whereas in mission control, you're just looking at a little screen, you know, and ours never were this big. They were just little things. First off, I want to say thank you for inviting me to come out and get a briefing from y'all and maybe throw a little piece of advice every once in a while to you.
You're one of the 12 humans in history that has gotten to walk on the face of the moon, and now you're sitting here at SpaceX. I'm curious what your aspirations, your hopes, your dreams are for the future of human space exploration.
Well, I'm excited about the privatization of space. When it first came about, I was a little dubious, but then it was quickly obvious that SpaceX knew what they were doing. And I've been a big supporter of what SpaceX is doing in space, and manned and unmanned launches. I'm impressed with this facility, and the first time I've been here.
Well, sir, it is a real honor. It is a real honor to have you here and have this conversation. Polaris Dawn, sir, is the first of
up to 3 missions that are contemplated. So we're going to vent down the vehicle and conduct a spacewalk. And we're going to test out a new spacesuit that the engineers at SpaceX here have been developing. It's to learn really as much about this new generation suit that SpaceX has built and then the entire operation associated with it. I'll be one of the crew members that goes outside the vehicle. Sarah will be as well. And then Kit and Anna are going to be inside the vehicle in kind of supporting capacity and be the eyes and ears of, while we're outside.
Is that visor assembly separate from your...
The whole thing is integrated.
It's all integrated.
Yeah, it's a spiral waist zipper that we don and doff the suit.
It's important to have a suit that works. I mean, it's mobile and fits.
Sir, based on your training experiences, what was the most memorable thing you went through?
Let me cover something that's very similar to y'all's, and that's the Trans-Earth EVA.
Ready, Charlie? Roger, copy. Looks like the old move.
Both Apollo 15, 16, and 17 had no problems with the Trans-Earth EVAs. It's very spectacular. I mean, the view, that was my most impressive memory, really, is to float out, and there was the Earth down here about 180,000 miles away. And my job basically was hook myself in so I don't float off and hold on. How long are you depressurized?
So for the spacewalk, based on the vehicle design and what we can support, we have about 2 hours end-to-end for both depressurizing external operations and then repressurizing the spacecraft. But we'll all get suited up, depressurize the spacecraft, and then 2 people, one at a time, will go outside, come back in before we repressurize the spacecraft.
My advice is don't let go.
That's good advice.
I wish you well.
Shook that dude's hand.
Thank you.
Well, the highlights
The
of
goal
my
of
career,
SpaceX is to build technologies necessary to make life multiplanetary. And this is the first time in the 4 billion year history of
not
Earth
doing it when he was
that
talking.
it's possible to realize that goal. Mission
In the SpaceX mission and vision. I think the world is a more interesting place when you can journey among the stars. I believe that a lot of the questions that human beings have asked themselves since the beginning of time are probably out there, and we've barely scratched the surface, and SpaceX is trying to change that.
Polaris Dawn has some really ambitious objectives, and the missions that follow it will also as well. And the hopes for all of these is that we will develop technologies and test technologies that will help SpaceX ultimately achieve its long-term ambitions of making human life interplanetary.
What's really unique about the Polaris Dawn mission is it's a development mission. So not only are we taking the basic fundamentals of how to live in Dragon and operate the spacecraft, but we're now adding whole new operations for new suits, new systems, a new repressurization system in the capsule. There are whole new procedures for executing the spacewalks. We are doing incredible things, and we are changing the world, and we are making history.
The men and women of this organization, the level of intelligence, it's unmatched. And that's why we're so passionate about our mission and about what SpaceX is continuing to do with their vision to further space exploration.
There's a lot of things that you can be on either side of debate on, but for sure, it's okay to put a small percentage of our resources in advancing our species, and along the way, completely change the trajectory for humans on this planet in a positive way. And we can try and fix some of the day-to-day problems too. It doesn't have to be this either or, but yet so often it is.
We're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. The launch director and the launch team have conducted their electronic poll. The launch director has also checked with the Dragon mission director for their readiness.
You'd be coming up
Everything
on section
continues
6
to
here.
look good. We're going to be
launch
hearing
escape
some
system.
instructions from the SpaceX launch director. He'll be making announcements on the control room lockdown and protocols for hold or launch escapes. And he'll also be reminding the team that inside of T-minus 10 seconds, only the computer can abort the launch. Now, once the LD, the launch director, gives these instructions, They will clear the team to proceed with moving the crew arm away from the launch vehicle. You can see the arm is in the access position right now, but once we get...
Pull is complete and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch. Both control rooms are going to lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the C or LD, and they'll approve aboarding the countdown.
Hey, Magic Hut.
For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Almost all the time, Major. They reuse them more often than not at this point.
We've heard the instructions.
Right.
We're waiting to hear them inform the crew that access arm retract has started. We're also watching on the monitors as we see the crew access arm, waiting for it to begin into motion. Now, once we get through this, then we will be arming the launch escape system. And there's a view.
Access arm retraction has started.
Crew access arm retraction has started. Once that's all the way back in the stowed position, we'll arm the launch escape system, proceed down to propellant load, starting at T-minus 35 minutes.
Here we go.
One other update.
Let's go.
Weather probability of violation, as we mentioned, down to 20%, and they just checked with the launch weather officer. Nothing appears to be in the area that would be a risk to T0 in just over 44 minutes.
Here we go. CA will.
And Jesse, you can see crew access arm starting to come back now.
Yeah, this is a very exciting moment here. This is one of the last major visual milestones that we'll see in preparation for liftoff. And soon we should also hear the call out that the
crew access arm retraction is complete.
CA retract is
great
complete.
call there. That
There's
is
not two
the
payloads
conclusion
on
or
this mission,
completion
sorry.
of the crew access arm retraction. We should also hear the call out for the launch escapes.
Dragon, you are go for section 6. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
Here we go.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are stepping into section 6. We're going to close visors and arm LES.
And there
Launch
it is.
escape
They're
system,
getting ready
what they're gonna do to arm that
the
thing.
launch escape system.
What they're going to do to arm the launch escape system is open up the helium tanks to pressurize the NTO and MMH tanks to prime their launch escape system. Dragon is equipped with an integrated launch escape system. If you look at the capsule, there are 2 nacelles on either side of it. Those nacelles house hypergolic pressure-fed rocket engines called Super Dracos. And Super Dracos, in the event of something going wrong during fueling, during the mission, they will fire, and it's basically an ejector seat for the entire capsule. It's called the launch escape system. Dragon is equipped with an integrated launch escape system, meaning it's part of the capsule. In the past, launch escape systems have been attached to the top. It looks like kind of a lightning rod on the front of the rocket. And they were a one-time use thing. Dragon doesn't have that. It's reusable if they needed to. Now, the interesting thing is that those abort engines utilize the same fuel as the reaction control systems, as the small thrusters that are on board. You see some holes for them up there. But you can see the nacelles for the Super Dracos right there. They're plugged up right now. You don't want anything flying, like a bird flying in there or something. So there's nozzle plugs on them, and it looks like kind of all one. It looks nice and neat, like there's nothing there. But those nacelles, the one with the Polaris Dawn and the American flag, there are 2 sets of Super Dracos in each one of those, and then there's 2 on the other side. Priming the launch escape system is needed here because of the fueling operations. SpaceX, for their crew operations with Dragon, utilize what's called a load and go fueling cycle, meaning that they fuel the rocket when people are on board. Now, that proposes a couple of risks here. The risks involved are putting the rocket through what's called transients. Transients happen when you change a lot of things all at once on a vehicle. Usually that's bad. You don't want to do that. Changing a lot of variables all at once makes the situation very, very complicated. they do that, but that's going to happen because you're not going to go anywhere without fuel anyway. So what they're doing is they're making sure that launch escape system is good to go in preparation for fueling. Fueling should start in about 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Currently at level 255. When the ground team left the pad, they send the elevators back up. So if the crew needs them, they're right there. And of course, we have the slide wire basket system on 39A is another way. So there's several ways if the crew had to leave. But the good news is, coming up 40 minutes before launch, everything continues to go well, technically, on Falcon 9 and Dragon. And it looks like the weather has begun to cooperate now.
We are at T-minus 40 minutes and counting.
Now, next major event coming up at T-minus 35 minutes will be the start of propellant loading on Falcon 9. Once we get into that, then we're committed to the T0, even though there's still more time in the window and a third launch opportunity if we need it. We would not be able to take advantage of that if we get propellant going into the Falcon 9.
Payload mass. I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at, weather guy, and I have no idea where you're looking, where you find.
You can't tell
where's
what
payload mass. I have no idea
on the Dragon spacecraft.
what we're looking at here. There's nothing here about payload mass. I just read through it. I read through it again, unless I'm too tired. How long's the mission? 5 to 6 days, depending on the weather and recovery conditions, Sleepy. Right now, they're targeting a 5-day mission, but it could go to 6.
It's quiet right now on the nets. Team is mostly just waiting for the
This
clock
payload
to
to
get to 35.
GTO. That's the rocket performance, guys. If you go down to
This is
mission
getting
details,
pretty
it says
exciting.
payload
You know,
to
we
1.
were very close to this point about an hour and a half ago. And again, we did make that call due to weather to move the T0. And we did that prior to propellant loading, because once we start propellant loading, we're basically committed to that T0, which was a great call, again, from the team on monitoring the weather and going for the second T0, which has a much better probability of good weather at the T0. So very, very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. We were operating
Also, there's
at
multiple
a
landing zones.
60%
You could land in the Gulf of Mexico, you could land on the East Coast, you could land on the West Coast.
i.e. 40% favorable at the original T0. Called it off just before prop loading. And now, fast forward to
How many days can the cap stay up
hour
there
and a half,
for people? Probably about a
2-ish
week.
hours later.
If you ration
We're
stuff,
now
Ivan.
closer to 20%, or not closer. We are
Remember,
at
there's
20%
multiple landing sites.
Probability of violation, so 80% favorable. So definitely a significant increase.
The other thing is that if the crap absolutely hits the fan, Dragon can land on land, guys. It's really designed to land in water, but it could land on land. That's if something goes very crazy. But there, you guys are touching in on why they're so anal retentive about the recovery conditions for this thing and the downrange weather and all the abort contingencies, because this is a dangerous mission. It's very dangerous. This isn't some tourist flight like, we're going up into space. No, they're going up to 1,400 kilometers. That's a long way. That's 900 miles. That's way up there. That's higher than any human has been in over 50 years. Easily over 50 years. The last time anyone went anywhere above 500 miles or anywhere near close was Apollo. 1972, Gene Cernan and Jack Schmitt. December of 1972. No one has ever gone as high as these guys are about to go. The insertion is 120. The insertion is 1,200 by 190, which is bananas. That's a ridiculous trajectory. Yeah, it's muted. I'll unmute it. I'm muted.
Side of the vehicle, and the core can keep them updated, since they won't be able to see what's happening.
This whole thing is nuts.
But they might be able
This
to
is a
hear
crazy freaking
it. So
mission.
they'll be able to monitor, those familiar sounds or those expected sounds as the core is updating them with each milestone.
Now, our next major event, as we've mentioned, is the start of propellant loading onto the Falcon 9.
We'll get it again.
Starting at T-minus 35 minutes.
With these guys' help.
We also may hear the call-out launch auto sequence has started.
We have some unfinished business
That
up
is
there.
the ground computer program that controls the last 35 minutes.
We haven't even started
and we
business
should
on
also,
Mars,
as we mentioned, Hear the launch director call out to the crew the propellant
but
loading
we don't.
has
But we
begun.
do have unfinished
Propellant
business
loading
on
sequence
Mars.
on the Falcon 9 begins with loading
You know what I'm
fuel
trying to
onto
say.
both the first and the second stages. That's the RP1 kerosene fuel that we use. We'll also begin with
Hopefully that's
liquid,
not too cringe.
liquid
Sorry, it's late,
oxygen
man. I've been up
loading
for a long
onto the
time.
first
I don't know what you
stage. Now the second stage
Not
fuel
going too
loading
crazy
will
with the
finish
caffeine?
up
Oh,
fairly
no,
quickly, about
no,
T-minus 20.5 minutes. And then 4 minutes after that, we'll begin loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage.
It's still
But right
technically
now,
Leo,
T-minus
but I would
35
call it.
minutes, 30
I would call it
seconds,
Mio.
Everything continues to go well. We're waiting for the handover from the countdown master sequence to the launch automatic sequence to begin propellant loading. Once that begins, that'll commit us to a launch early this morning.
Let's
Here
go.
at Pad 39A in Florida. We'll listen in now for the start of propellant loading.
Okay. Should hear it go for prop load here in a second.
We are.
The launch auto sequence has started.
Launch auto sequencer started.
Great call out there. We just heard that the launch auto sequence has begun. This means that propellant loading has begun on Falcon 9. Now we are T-minus 34 minutes and 45 seconds from
Pretty much,
liftoff.
Coder.
Dragon was loaded with its propellants about a couple weeks ago, just a few miles down the road
came
at
back
what we
down
call
just fine,
Dragon
Lord
Land.
Coder.
In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. And for the fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for the oxidizer. Now, together, these propellants feed the Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario.
And again, now that fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad.
Now, some of you are very familiar with the vehicles on the launch pad
Not
today.
hydrogen and
but
not
for those of you who
hydrogen and
aren't,
peroxide.
no
That's way
worries.
too volatile.
We're about to make you
I mean,
instant
NTO
experts.
and MMH are still pretty bad.
Now, on the left side of your
yeah.
screen is a live view of our Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon
No,
spacecraft
not like the
on
Comet.
top. Together, they stand about 229 feet tall. Falcon 9, of course, is a reusable 2-stage rocket, which means it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle. You can see soot from the previous 3 missions that this booster has flown.
I'm awake.
And those missions include NASA Crew 8, as well as 2 Starlink missions. The first stage is responsible for accelerating
will
Falcon
decompose.
and Dragon through Earth's atmosphere
Redstone,
and
if I'm
into
remembering
space.
right.
To do that, it has 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of the stage. Prior to liftoff, the Falcon 9 first stage is loaded up with nearly 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. At liftoff, the Merlin engines use these propellants to provide the first stage with a thrust greater than 5 747 airplanes at full power. And these engines consume about 700 gallons of fuel per second. The first stage accelerates the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere into space, and then separates from the rest of the rocket at just about 2.5 minutes into flight. From there, the
They're
first stage will do
priming the
what
system
no
right
other
now.
orbital class rocket in the world can do. It will make its way back down to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which you can see there on your screen. And this drone ship is currently parked and holding position a couple hundred miles downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. Our drone ships are essentially autonomous powered spaceports, and they allow our rocket to land offshore. For reference, our drone ships are about the size of a football field, so while they may look small on screen, they're actually pretty big in real life. Reusability is a critical part of our goal of making life multiplanetary. And to that end,
Chris,
we're working
it's
toward
all right.
qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support up to 40 missions each. As mentioned previously,
What's up,
Falcon
buddy?
9 is a 2-stage rocket,
Get any sleep?
and above the first stage is the second stage. The second stage has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine ignites after stage 1 separates from stage 2. The second stage is essentially a smaller version of the first stage, and while the first stage gets us out of the Earth's atmosphere and away from the extreme forces of gravity, the second stage is designed to operate in the vacuum of space and deliver payloads, like Dragon today, to their target drop-off orbit. Of course, we have a great team here at SpaceX
like,
that will be
"No."
monitoring both Falcon 9 and Dragon after liftoff.
Chupon. Jeez.
And like Atticus said, we have
T-minus 31
teams
minutes.
here in Mission Control, Hawthorne, and that team is responsible for close monitoring of the crew and Dragon every step of the way as the spacecraft orbits the planet along its customized flight path. On
This first
console
stage
or
will be
headset
reused.
are a
It's gonna
number
land
of
on just read
physicians
the
who are
instructions.
monitoring the health of the vehicle and crew. The mission director, responsible for mission success, is in charge of that room. And the person that you'll hear talking to the astronauts, and the person we have been hearing speaking to the astronauts, is the crew.
Stage 1 cryohelium load has started.
Cryogenic helium is loaded
Crew
for tank
operations
ullage
and
purposes
resources
on the
engineer,
first stage.
or core. The other positions are focused on
Shiva.
things like navigation and control of the vehicle, avionics, software, propulsion, life support systems, and communications with ground segments.
Different members of the SpaceX
MC,
team
what's
will
up, dude?
rotate through these
I'm
positions
ready.
throughout the mission to ensure 24/7 coverage of the crew and Dragon through splashdown,
Second stage
which will
is
be
expended,
about
yes.
5 days from now. And it's worth mentioning that 2 of our crew members, Anna and Sarah, have sat in these very seats before as part of the SpaceX team. Anna served in mission control during
Eric's,
multiple
Shiva's
Dragon
on
missions,
core today,
including
which is
Demo
super
2,
cool. I was like,
Crew
oh, I
1,
know that dude.
CRS 22, and 23,
From the
Crew
cast, I don't
3
know
and
him in
Crew
real life.
4, as well as Axiom 1. And Sarah has
That's right,
supported
Craig.
real-time operations for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. And now they'll get to see what it's like from the other side inside of Dragon.
Although Anna and Sarah have trained astronauts for SpaceX missions, they were not exempt from going through that exact training themselves. The Polaris Dawn crew has gone through the same rigorous SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts. Plus, they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extracurricular vehicle activity.
How long have you guys been up?
We had an opportunity to talk to Anna, Jared, Kid, and Sarah about their training experience.
I took a power nap, probably about like 15-minute power nap. That was like 10 hours ago. So I streamed from noontime to about 4 yesterday. Took a power nap, came back at 8. Took a power nap, made some food, rested for a second. Watched Cletus fly his helicopter around. Came back here at 8. And I've been streaming since. We played Workers. We got the pipeline up in Workers for anybody that cares. Yeah, and it's basically money printer go brr. I have like $2.5 million. I don't even know what to do with all that money. Jackal, you're currently at work. Gonna be listening, watching. Don't want to miss this. Yep. Wasp, it is 4:56 in the morning right now where I'm at. In another 4 hours, I'll be up for about 24 hours. Yeah. I woke up at 9 yesterday. Dude, I ain't missing this. Space is too freaking cool, man. Like frick sports. This is better. You know, I wouldn't stay up for a sporting event this late, man. That's for sure. I took about a 15-minute power nap, dude. Yeah. You don't think you've ever been up for 24 hours straight? Don't do it. It's not good for you. It is not good for you. I will say that one more time. It's not good for you. Football is not really worth avoiding sleep. Yeah. Hey, I like football. I just, Forlorn, my thing about football is I love watching it. I just don't have the time on a Sunday to from kickoff for the first flight of games, right? And then you got another flight of games at 4, and then you got another game at 8. And then you got another game on Monday, and you got another game on Tuesday or Thursday. I don't have time to do all that. Yep, I don't have time for that. I'll watch the highlight reels. Like, I still like football. I just don't really have the time. You mean hand egg ball? Yeah, of course, man. Especially when F1 is on. F1 is the same way, dude. I just don't have the time. Anthrofuturism, 4 words. Walking lunar chain bucket. Nice. I love watching it. I love watching football. I watched one game. I watched the Lions game with Brimo over the weekend. It was a great game. Yeah. I didn't even watch the Pats Hibbit. I was underneath the Camaro. Not gonna lie. I found putting a sway bar in with a game on in the background to be much more productive. But yeah, still good stuff. Anyway, this is the Polaris Dawn coverage. We are at T-minus 25 minutes and 30 seconds here till we get a launch. My MD friend suggests to apply some chili water on your neck if you want to stay alert. It works better as opposed to washing the face, okay? ¿Cansado? No. No estoy cansado. How was your trip? Which trip? What do you mean? You're going to miss the launch, not going to be able to tune into the stream. It's in 24 minutes, Alex. I probably didn't even need the Red Bull, to be honest with you. But, yeah. Either way. Sounded just like a turbo flutter. Well, yeah, it's the turbo. It's turbocharged. Come on, we're in this together. Push. Quackhead, I'm good. Are you guys good? Guys, I can do 24 hours straight. It's not a big deal. It takes a lot of mental discipline to do it, but I can do it. It's not a problem. It's just the problem is it's not very good for you. That's really bad for you. Don't do that. Don't stay up for 24 hours straight. That's my job. You pay me to be an idiot, okay? Like, don't worry about it. That's what I do. Dumb question. What pens do they use in space? There's a lot of misinformation about the Fisher ones. What, like this one right here? Pen. This is a class 4 grenade. 3 clicks, arms the 4-second fuse. Another 3 disarms it. How long did you say that fuse was? It'll grow up, 007. What do you want to know? They'll say the pen was mightier than the sword. Thanks to me, they were right. That's an expensive pencil. Yeah, if you're talking about why NASA contracted Fisher to make a pen like this in space to write with, a ballpoint pen that works in microgravity, if you're talking about why they would bother to do that, so the Russians, everybody's heard that meme. You know, NASA paid $10,000 to design a pen that writes in space. The Russians use a pencil. Yeah, you can use a pencil, except when graphite clogs your life support system, graphite dust, because that's what happens when you write with a pencil. You get graphite dust everywhere. That clogs up your life support systems. Also, graphite is super flammable, so you might as well just put kindling all around your spacecraft. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. That's probably not a good idea. Things in space like that aren't space like to catch on fire very easily. That's why NASA did that. That's why NASA worked with Fisher to make a pen that writes in space. Because if you use a graphite pencil or a mechanical pencil, yeah, graphite dust. It clogs up things and it's explosive in the right proportions. Graphite is flammable, very flammable. Yeah, bad idea. Wood from a pencil is flammable. Yeah, but you don't use the wood to write. Is that why the Russians use it? The Russians use it because it's simple. They don't use it anymore. They use a ballpoint pen too. Yeah, you don't want graphite dust floating around in your spacecraft, guys. That's yeah, you don't want that. That's a bad idea. Fisher's old technology, have they moved on from it? I don't know, dude. Have to go look at the ISS. Have to go see what they're writing with. Do we have a pre-dawn jellyfish opportunity? Maybe. Maybe. It might be a little bit too early for Florida. I'm great, Nazalik. Anyway, I'm going to turn them back on for a second.
Commercial spacewalk. Here's how it all came together.
EVA stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before.
706
and so we
sunrise,
wanted to make
unlikely.
sure we had the best possible training program for
Guys,
this
I'm also
mission.
not using X. This isn't X. This is the media.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk
That's why it's so
on
crisp.
Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
Is this the first commercial EVA?
We have
Yes.
a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator.
80% go.
The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We had them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right along the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the Moon and Mars.
All right, we are T-minus 17 and just under a half minutes until liftoff of Polaris Dawn.
There's the 20-minute vent there.
This mission will fly higher than any.
Okay, what's going on there? That big vape cloud that's going off the transporter erector right there is the vent down. What they're doing is, you can see that ice is accumulating on the first stage there. They've already started first stage fill of liquid oxygen in RP1. What they're doing now is on that white structure that's next to the rocket, that's directly next to it, that's called a TE, a transporter erector. That contains the fuel and oxidizer lines for the second stage. Second stage is that white strip that's towards the top that's cylindric, right? It has 2 individual tanks inside of it. So one is for oxidizer, one is for fuel. Why do you have fuel and oxidizer? Well, there's no oxygen up there, so you need to bring it with you. It's easier to bring it with you as a liquid, right? So they're using liquid oxygen in RP1. RP1 is a highly refined jet fuel. It's basically kind of analogous to like kerosene or like a brother of kerosene or something. So RP1 is not inherently hard to move around. It's basically just jet fuel. pretty easy to move around. Just got to pump it up there. Now, liquid oxygen is a little bit different. It is a cryogenic propellant, meaning that's a really scientific, cool way of saying it's really freaking cold. You know, stuff gets a little crazy when you start to move cold propellants around. If a propellant is really, really cold, right, and you flow it through a hot pipe, what's going to happen? It's going to boil because it's going to try to pull the heat out of that pipe, right? It's even in the middle of the night, it's still pretty warm in Florida. It's probably like 25 C out there right now, maybe 20 C. That's nothing compared to like the minus 190 C that liquid oxygen is. We're talking about a 200 C differential here, right? So what SpaceX is doing right now is slowly pumping liquid oxygen up the line. And at the top of the line, there's a vent. And they'll open up the vent, right, until the line saturates with liquid oxygen. That liquid oxygen that gets pumped up is going to evaporate. It's going to turn into gas, and it's going to get pushed out that vent, hence that big steam cloud that came out the side. Once the line is fully primed and ready to go and down to the right temperature, that's when they'll initiate fast fill into the second stage. You have to be careful with this because what LOX can do is geyser. You can create a geysering effect. You can accidentally what's called back pressurize your line. If you don't give that LOX a place to vent when you're chilling down the line, it's going to build up pneumatic pressure in the pipe. And if it builds pneumatic pressure for the pipe, it'll geyser. Yeah, it'll do what the Bellagio does in Las Vegas. I don't think I need to tell you why you don't want that with a rocket. So that's why they have that vent line, and that's called the 20-minute vent. So they filled it up with liquid oxygen, and now that it's filled up and good to go, they're going to initiate a fast fill on the second stage.
Because of the delay from mission control.
The idea is to make sure that the second stage and the first stage are both topped with liquid oxygen, basically right before you're ready to launch.
His own count, and I remember he said something like, "All right, guys, get ready," and then we felt this big jolt, and then of course a lot of G-forces that came on really quickly, but it was just so smooth, and I remember I had the biggest smile on my face. Like I was having so much fun.
Yeah. And for me, it wasn't just sitting there idly going for a ride. It was thinking about, okay, what am I hearing? What's that pressure I'm feeling through my chest? Because this is happening probably just once, right? And so how do you share this? How do you tell someone what you're going through in this moment if you're not paying attention to everything? And so that's what I was really trying to do was, look between my toes at the window or look over at your screen, Cyan, and see, where we are.
Yeah. I was wondering if you could see how much you could see, because I couldn't see out the, I was laser focused on listening to Jarrett and watching the monitor, and I was surprised at how smooth it was, because I was expecting for it to be a little bit more, where the monitors are going like this, but it wasn't at all. Mm-hmm. But I always wondered, did you look between your toes and see? Could you see out? Were you able to? I don't think I did.
I remember right before we launched, just seeing it was very dark. Mm-hmm. But I don't think we could really see anything except darkness.
Yeah, I don't think we really could see anything except, and it wasn't until we got into space that we made our first orbit around where the sun was, rising from the other side of the Earth. That we actually got our first light from the sun enter the capsule.
This is a ballsy mission.
Yes, and I remember saying out loud, "Is that the Earth?" And obviously, what else would it have been? But it was just so unbelievable, I had to say it out loud.
Yeah, interesting comment about first light. We'll be launching about an hour before sunrise at Cocoa Beach, Kennedy Space Center. But as they head into orbit, I wonder how long it'll take before we get sunlight into the capsules. They're heading northeast towards the sunrise.
Yeah, the crew is certainly prepared for some pretty amazing views on ascent. We just heard from the Inspiration 4 crew about some of their experience with their launch. I absolutely love hearing them describe just how smooth the ride is. That's always so surprising to me. We have 9 M1Ds, 1.7 million pounds of thrust, but yet somehow the ride is still smooth. That's just
too early
amazing.
for a jellyfish, guys. You might be able to see it if you're up in the
I was actually
northeast
just
by
looking
me.
back
In
at
fact,
my Inspiration
at T
4
plus 8 minutes,
liftoff notes
I'm going outside.
in my handy-dandy notebook.
Sorry, I'm going.
And
Skies
Sarah,
are clear
who
out
is our
here
mission
tonight.
specialist on the far right-hand side of your screen there, was actually the core for liftoff of Inspiration 4. So I'm sure she's having a great 360 moment. Now, as we approach the last few minutes before liftoff, we have some well wishes for the crew.
Anna, Sarah, Kid, Jared. From the Dragonflight software team.
On behalf of the Dragon Propulsion build team.
Dragon Avionics here.
The materials team.
For the build reliability team. The Draco team. The Dragon Propulsion engineering team.
Falcon Flight reliability.
From the Falcon build reliability engineering team to Polaris Dawn.
We're so excited for you on this Polaris Dawn mission. We're wishing you the best of luck from McGregor.
Thanks for allowing us the opportunity to do a lot of testing.
Thank you for Flying Dragon.
Please remember to keep your hands, arms, legs, and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
May Falcon and Dragon propel you to unimaginable heights.
We know our engines will get you there safe.
Go fly higher than Dragon's ever flown before. And hope you enjoy your internet in space.
Good luck. Safe travels and
go Polaris Dawn.
Go Polaris Dawn.
Godspeed, Polaris Dawn.
Go Polaris Dawn.
We're waiting to hear Core talking to the crew, configure crew displays, and give them the farewell
Copy,
message.
Enjoy the journey and go safely.
We go. No, not the same crew.
To our SpaceX family, thank you. Today is all of our mission. You are launching with us.
It's Isaacman is
This is the dawn of a new future in space.
Coming up on T-minus 9 minutes and counting. Displays are configured for launch. We've heard from the crew.
Shiv is on core,
has given them the ready to launch message. Now coming up here, as we launch, you're going to hear some call-outs, possibly Stage 1A or Mode 1 Alpha. These are abort modes that just let the crew know as we're flying what they should be prepared for in case they had to execute an emergency escape from the Falcon 9. Don't expect that, but they are trained, and that's when you hear 1A, that means they've lifted off. 1B, you might hear, that'll come late in the ascent as we're throttling down the Merlins on the first stage. And then when we're on second stage, you'll hear 2A and eventually Shannon, which is a call out for Ireland that tells the crew that they can cross the North Atlantic. And then finally we get into orbit and everything gets disabled and Dragon will separate. But right now, coming up on T-minus 8 minutes, everything continues to go well.
What is engine chill? Priming.
At T-minus 7 seconds, we should hear the call out that Stage 1 engine chill has started. At this point in time, when we hear that, we'll know that we're beginning to flow a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen through the first stage engines. This helps to basically pre-chill the engine hardware prior to the full flow of that super chilled liquid oxygen. This helps the ignition sequence and helps to avoid any thermal shock to the hardware. At this point in time, Falcon continuing to undergo its propellant loading operations. And standing by for the call out for that engine chill initiation.
T-minus 7 minutes.
Engine chill has started.
And great news there, as Kate mentioned, engine chill has begun, and we are loading propellants on Falcon 9's first and second stage. Second stage propellant loading for RP1 has completed. We're getting close to wrapping up propellant loading on stage 1, and while RP1 will be completed around the T-minus 6 minute mark, liquid oxygen loading will continue on both first and second stage as we get closer to the T0.
It's over there.
So we should hear a call
Stage
out.
1, RP1 load is complete.
Perfect timing. Stage 1 RP1, or the fuel for the Falcon 9 vehicle, has completed on the first stage.
Now, coming up next at around T-minus 5 minutes, we should hear a call out that Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count.
At the very top,
this is similar to the startup phase of the count for Falcon. It's essentially when the vehicle takes over control of the count and starts to operate on internal power and on internal computers.
That should balance the audio out a little bit better.
Of course, Falcon 9 enters the startup phase at T-minus 1 minute. And Dragon will transition to configure for terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes.
Strong back retract that structure.
Got a great view right now of both Dragon on the left side of your screen and our 4 crew members on the right. We are now approaching the final minutes of the countdown here.
Here we go. Crew 9 is going from 40, Sebi. T-minus 5 minutes. So see the two claw arms right there?
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing.
They're going to open up and move backwards just a little bit.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
So we've heard the call out. Dragon's configured for the last 5 minutes of the count. We're also pressurizing the second stage propellant tanks, first stage tanks. The strong back retract will be coming up next.
They're going to pressurize these tanks for flight to create the right head pressure in the pipes to feed the rocket engines correctly. You have to. The rocket engines do have pumps attached to them, guys. They're called. Right, they're driven by a turbo. So a turbine, so it's a turbo pump.
Slightly from
but
Falcon 9.
In order to get the proper feed on those pumps, you need to have some tank head pressure. So the tank needs to be pressurized, and they need to use some of that residual pressure to push the fuel into the impeller so it doesn't cavitate.
We expect the LOX load to complete on first stage at T-minus 3 minutes and complete on second stage around T-minus 2 minutes.
Nice, 2020, there you go.
Yeah, we do try and load the liquid oxygen as close to T0 as possible. This keeps the liquid oxygen is at cryo temperature, so keeps it as cold as possible, which allows it to be as dense as we possibly can keep it while we're loading the tanks. That allows us to get a little bit more liquid oxygen into those tanks.
See?
And as Kate mentioned,
it's going to move into the 89 degrees position, so it's just going to slightly move back.
Liquid oxygen loading completing.
When the rocket goes to launch, the thing is going to roll back. It's going to go that way really quickly.
Liquid oxygen loading completion. And once we hit that T-minus 2 minute mark, that will conclude propellant loading for Falcon 9. We are coming up here just about 10 seconds or so for that call out of stage 1.
Is it loud inside when the rocket launches? No, not too bad. Inside of 3 minutes. Found the Real Space channel. Hey, Garlic Cat, what's up? You're just in time, buddy.
Okay, there's the call out.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Dragon's cut off from the grid right now.
Power. First stage. Propellant tanks are loaded.
The batteries on board are now powering all the systems.
Approximately T-minus 2 minutes. Liquid oxygen load completes on the second stage.
The Spruck.
After that, at about T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds or so, we will tell the crew to expect loud venting as we depressurize and drain the lines of
Lord
the
Powder, it moves around a little bit. It's okay.
And then as we get
what
down
album would you
inside
listen
the
to on the way out of Earth?
Minute 45 and then 1 minute.
Led Zeppelin 4.
Get Dragon into countdown. Falcon 9 computers will go to startup. Waiting for the call out now for liquid oxygen.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And there we go. LOX
Stand by
loading
for
complete
ground gas
on
closeout.
second stage. All major propellant activities are complete.
Ground gas closeout.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Dragon's gone to auto idle. One of the states in its flight computer.
They're venting all of the remaining propellants out of the transporter erector so it doesn't light on fire.
We'll begin venting down the lines.
Gas closeouts are starting. Expect loud venting.
Ground gas closeout, T-minus 90 seconds.
So the plume you see coming off of the strong back here, that's normal. As we come up on T-minus 1 minute,
See there, you saw that smoke cloud over there? They're purging out all the systems.
In the countdown, flight termination system armed, and then we'll hear the goes. So let's listen in to the last 66 seconds of the countdown.
What's the average IQ of people working on this? Yes.
FTS is armed.
Auto sequencers. Nope, we're in startup. That's good. Inside of 1 minute.
Dragon, SpaceX.
Launch director reports go. 40 seconds.
Send it, SpaceX.
Send it. Reports Rook. There we go.
T-minus 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Off we go, Vasya. Okay. 15.
T-minus 15.
Sound suppression water system should be turning on. See the water jets?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
engine ignition.
2, 1. Ignition. And go Falcon.
We got a liftoff. Polaris Dawn is in the air.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Hopefully setting new records for this new era of commercial space flight.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Into the clouds. 20 seconds. Everything looking good. Should hear the call for mode 1 Alpha. $30 seconds. 500 kilometers an hour. 2 kilometers off the deck.
T plus 35 seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
Call for power and telemetry.
Power and telemetry nominal.
And we're throttling down in preparation for max Q.
Into the throttle bucket.
Next call out.
Fly, baby, fly.
Supersonic. And there on the left side, we got the Polaris Dawn crew.
Supersonic.
Thumbs up from the pilot on the left side there.
It's giving a thumbs up. That's awesome.
We're throttled back up to power.
One Bravo.
And we heard the call out 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Contingencies.
That just tells the crew what would happen should they need to initiate anything. But right now,
T plus 90 seconds. 2,000 kilometers an hour, 20 kilometers in altitude.
Nice views from the ground camera. And nice view from inside Dragon.
MVAC chill is underway.
MVAC chill.
The announcement lets us know we've begun the final chill of the second stage engine in preparation for its activity coming up at about T plus 2 minutes
Out of the
and 40
throttle
seconds.
bucket, Garlic, at this phase in the mission, it's probably about 3.5 Gs. Yeah, it's you'll feel it. You're feeling it.
2 minutes into flight. Everything continues to look good. We'll have in half a minute 3 major activities: shutdown of the 9 Merlin 1D engines, stage separation,
throttle down,
and then ignition of the second stage engine.
X berth, but I have media feeds
Throttle
here.
down. We're holding a constant acceleration now for the crew, just below 4 Gs.
Here we go.
See, we're coming up 70 kilometers.
Stand by for main engine cutoff, or MECO for short. Got a slightly
Preparing for
longer
MECO.
main engine cutoff than missions, just because of the higher trajectory. There's
main
MECO.
engine cutoff.
2 Alpha. Stage separation.
Stage separation confirmed.
Boom, baby.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Upper stage ignition.
MVAC ignition.
As you can tell by the cheers behind us
You can see some
and the
plume
views
interaction
on
from
your
the second
screen,
stage and the first stage over there.
the first stage booster now on its way to attempt landing on Just Read the Instructions. Second
It's a drone
stage there
ship
on the
landing, Jira.
right-hand side of your screen.
T plus 3 minutes and
See
20
that
seconds.
the first stage has not yet reached its
Second
apogee.
stage traveling
You
at
can see the altitude
7,500
there.
kilometers an hour, 133 kilometers in
Lots
altitude.
of thumbs up there.
First stage
Excuse me,
telemetry
from
indicating
pilot Scott
6,500
Kidd-Poteet.
kilometers an hour at 137
Now 3.5 minutes into the Polaris Dawn mission.
Very high first stage insertion trajectory.
First stage continuing to make its way up to its apogee. We'll see that altitude begin to slow down.
That's the highest I've ever seen a first stage go.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Great news there, indicating that the second stage trajectory is looking good.
It's the RCS pulsing, guys.
Now the grid fins have deployed on the first stage.
160 plus kilometer.
If we get first stage views, we might be able to see the
That's ridiculous.
Florida coast in the background. Oh, they're right there. Yeah,
that's Orlando over there. That's big puff of light over there.
Once again, our drone ship is attempting to land on. Our booster is attempting to land on our drone ship.
168
Just read the
kilometers.
instructions.
Not even at apogee on the first stage. 169 kilometers. Nice. 170.
Now the next event coming up will be the entry burn taking place around T plus 7.5 minutes.
How is this first stage going to survive?
This burn will utilize 3 of the engines on the first stage.
We've never seen a first stage. SpaceX has never sent a first stage that high.
Down as it re-enters the
174. Frick you, 174.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory
Holy
nominal.
crap. 175.
Following the entry burn, we will see the landing burn, and that'll be around T plus 9 minutes. That one will
175
be
kilometer
just a
apogee.
single engine burn.
Wow.
And that will bring the booster down for a soft landing on our drone ship.
175, dude. No first stage will fly as high
Around the
as
same
that
time as
for a
that,
little while.
we expect to see Dragon be injected into orbit. Everything continuing to look good for second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. Beautiful glow with that MVAC engine nozzle.
That's the highest I've ever seen a first stage fly, Jazzos.
Trajectory nominal.
Crew seems pretty comfortable there at T plus 6 minutes. They're at about 4 Gs. And everything looks good.
They're going to need all the fuel they can get, Rich.
First stage continuing its descent.
This first stage is going to come in a little hot.
Back down to
it's going to
planet
come
Earth.
in a little, actually a little hot. It's going to get a little toasty. You'll see. You'll see. It'll be fine.
We can see the crew remain with their visors down in the locked position. That'll remain that way until they are in orbit. Everything continuing to look great with the second stage engine burn there, as well as the
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon copies.
We're about 30 seconds away from the first stage entry burn. This is the first of 2 burns that the first stage will perform. Designed to help reduce the amount of drag experienced by the first stage.
You should see some plasma accumulating on the grid fins here. Watch, they'll light up like a Christmas tree here.
Stage 2
Stand by
FTS
for
are
the
safe.
entry burn here. Supersonic retro propulsion, my favorite part.
All right,
you're already seeing
by
accumulation
for
on the grid
entry
fins on the
burn
right
begin
fin
on
over
the
there.
First stage, there on the left-hand side of your screen.
T plus 7 minute 40 seconds. First stage lighting up for the entry burn here.
And right on time.
Look
you
at
can
how
see on your
turbulent
left-hand
that
screen
flow
that the
is.
entry burn has begun. There's 3 engines lit on that first stage vehicle. And this is about a 29-second burn and helps slow the vehicle down as it's re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. There you can see that the engines have now shut down on that first stage.
All right, I'll be right
That
back.
concludes the
1
entry
second,
burn.
guys. I want to go see it.
And the cool part
let me
about
get my
this,
phone.
with the stage 1 vehicle returning back to Earth, is we get to fully utilize the atmosphere. The atmosphere actually
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
The atmosphere actually scrubs about 70% of the velocity on the vehicle. So we use that entry burn to help slow the vehicle down. Then we utilize the atmosphere and the drag from the atmosphere to slow the vehicle down. And then we do have one single burn for the landing burn.
Copy. Shannon.
And next up will be SECO 1, and that is second stage engine cutoff 1, and that'll be on the second stage. That MVAC engine on your right-hand screen will shut down and allow the vehicle with Dragon attached to coast.
MVAC shut down.
And there's that shutdown. And the landing burn on the first stage should be starting up here momentarily. And there it is. Landing burn has begun for
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system disarmed.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we show the scene.
And a lot of events happening right there, but you can see that the stage 1 vehicle has touched down. Just read the instructions. A very excited crowd there. Here in Hawthorne, we've also confirmed MVAC engine shutdown and good orbital insertion of the second stage with the crew on board.
Honestly, a pretty impressive crowd for 2:30 in the morning here. We can see the crew enjoying their first taste of microgravity there on the left-hand side of your screen. Now that the MVAC engine has shut down, they are able to just kind of float free. We might catch a glimpse of the
I couldn't see it. It got too cloudy,
indicator.
guys.
Can't quite tell if they've. Oh, it looks like it's in the upper right-hand corner.
Perfect
It'll
landing.
come back
Landed
into
perfectly.
view here.
All right. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Once again, they will keep their visors on until given
You
the
live in
okay
Western Mass?
by
Keeping them on the
Core
Cape.
here
It's
on the
cloudy. I
ground.
couldn't see it. Dang it. Lucky. You saw it? Cool.
At this point
really
in time, the
smooth
Dragon
landing. Awesome.
and the Dragon
Awesome.
trunk remain attached to the second stage. Second stage is basically safing itself in preparation for the
You said it wasn't
separation
cloudy. It wasn't when I checked.
from the Dragon trunk. Of
3
course, the
hours
trunk
ago,
will remain
man.
attached to the Dragon capsule all the way up until the point in which we begin re-entry operations. The trunk is what will help provide power to the Dragon capsule while it is on orbit.
Did we get a
using
call for
its solar
Shannon,
array.
guys? Dude, look at that camera.
Looks like our first clear view of planet Earth there, our first of many
Nice.
for this mission.
That's awesome. You got a call for Shannon. Good.
And the next event
Excellent.
coming up will be the separation of the Dragon from the second
Let's see
stage.
if we can see the Starlink stuff that they have wired up in the back of this thing. There should be a Starlink optical laser somewhere in here. Right, Bonks? Yeah. Here we go. Stand by
I believe
for
this
separation.
view here is, yep, it's of the trunk. We can see it separating from the second stage.
Is that it? There it
Gorgeous
is. Dude. Look at that
We can see
view.
that Polaris
Dragon
Dawn.
separation confirmed.
What? Oh.
And copy that, SpaceX, we show the scene.
Polaris Dawn flying free into
I got
the
nerd
sunrise.
chills.
We're now at T plus 13 minutes and 5 seconds into the mission.
Wow. Staging, dude. Look at Seco.
Next major event will be nose cone
27,868. That's
deploy.
Dragon, SpaceX. Today you embark on a journey not just for yourselves, but for all of humanity. Each of you has trained tirelessly and prepared rigorously for this moment, the moment where we reach higher into space than ever before. As you gaze towards the North Star, remember that your courage lights the path for future explorers. We trust in your skills, your bravery, and your teamwork to carry out the mission that lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
What an awesome mission, dude.
LD, CE, message received. We appreciate the kind words. We wouldn't be on this journey without all 14,000 of you back at SpaceX and everyone else cheering us on. We appreciate it, and we're going to get to work now.
Wow. What a shot, man.
Some really nice
shot.
words there from our tonight's launch
Look at
director,
that.
Frank Messina, who, fun fact, was also the launch director on Inspiration 4, as well as chief engineer for this mission, Jared Metter. Really nice to see some endearing, or hear some endearing words up to the crew.
Great. That's what happens when you fly a lot.
Well, and with that, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're now in orbit. T plus 15 minutes, and they are scheduled to spend up to the next 5 days in space.
Got a Kindar tone?
We heard that tone for a minute. We thought we might hear from the crew. But they're going to spend the next 5 days in space before splashing down off the coast of Florida.
The Polaris Dawn crew is the,
All right, James.
The Polaris Dawn mission is the first mission in the Polaris program that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. All of this while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. You can learn more about the Polaris Dawn program and the Polaris program at polarisprogram.com.
This mission will fly
front of the
higher
second
than
stage.
any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century
Dude,
ago.
hatch opening.
And there it
Or
looks
the
like
forward
we can
nose cone.
see some nose cone separation action happening. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first
Those are the
to
drive
test the
hooks
Starlink
for the docking
laser-based
port.
communications
The hooks
in
for
space.
the port are still there, guys. See that?
Over the course of the mission,
Interesting.
we'll be checking in periodically with the crew. Next up, Dragon will initiate a 2-day
They
pre-brief
use
process
the
to
drive
prepare the
hooks on
crew
the
for their
docking port
upcoming
to hold the
spacewalk,
nose cone in
and that'll be
place.
this
Fun
Thursday,
fact.
September 12th.
Dragon SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts, and nose cone open is in progress.
Sweet.
Captain at SpaceX, we are tracking.
And again, that's Thursday, September 12th for that spacewalk, so please be sure to tune in for our live coverage of this historic milestone.
Thursday, September 12th.
And of course, we will also be back to bring you live coverage of Splashdown when the crew returns back to Earth. You can stay on top of any potential live events from the crew by following us on X at SpaceX.
And keep tabs on the mission with the Dragon Tracker at SpaceX.com. With that, it's been a great early morning. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here soon.
How about that, huh? Today's a good day. These missions are only going to get more difficult from here, guys. And it's amazing that SpaceX pulls them off, seemingly pulls these launches off, which is one of the most, strenuous parts of the mission, right? It's amazing that they pull them off flawlessly. That was a perfect descent, perfect first stage landing. 1083 went to 175 kilometer apogee. That piece of hardware flew higher than any rocket except for Titan II GLV and a Saturn V. Those are the only vehicles that I know that have flown higher than that. Like Saturn V, with the CSM and the LEM. That first stage, no first stage has gone that far. Can you replay the landing? I can't, unfortunately. That's it. No more live views. Dean, the next one will be on the 12th. Yep. And it came home and it landed. It's awesome. I'm just humbled and would like to thank everybody here, obviously SpaceX, because they give us this amazing content stuff. But yeah, thanks for watching it with me, guys. Thanks for enjoying it with me. It's still fun after all these years. And as these missions get more complicated, I'm just happy people are still here and willing to listen to me. I hope you enjoyed watching the launch with me. I enjoyed watching it with you guys. Not you. You, though. Yeah. Not you, though. No, you can go away. Periodic 63-month resub. You think it's the highest first stage ever? Maybe. I hate you too. All right, man. Right on. So everybody over that's holding down on the YouTube stream, thank you very much. Everybody that's over there on the Twitch stream, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. These missions are a pleasure. But we're going to be back 2 days for that EVA. I'm not missing that. I don't care if it's at 5 in the morning. Yep, he's fried. Oh, Darkod. Whoa, hey, oh, hey. Copernicus, why don't you gift me 10 subs? Thank you very much. Alejandro, good night. Thanks for streaming. No problem. Thank you, Darkod. I do appreciate it. So, oh, crap. Don't do this right now. Passing gifted 20. Blue Hatter had a 6-month resub. Rick, thanks for the bits. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. It's all good. Get some sleep. So, guys, I'm going to try to be back for Satisfactory 1.0 that should be coming out in 6 hours or so. Can you give me until like maybe 2 p.m. so I can at least try to attempt to get some sleep? I think we're going to start the stream at 2. I'll try to get up on time, but let's be real. It's probably not going to happen. Saris, hey, 19-month resub. 11 a.m. Eastern. No, that's not happening. Yeah. So I'll try to be here as soon as possible, okay? We have Satisfactory 1.0 coming out, and we will be here to play it. Eric, that was awesome. Yeah, man, it was amazing. I found your lack of faith disturbing. Yeah, well, I wasn't here. And I wasn't here. Online celebration. What is all this? Why? It was a little late, whatever. You forgot the word Twitch. Sleep as much as you can. Yep. Anyway, that was fantastic, dudes, but I'm running out of steam real quick. But I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate it. Thank you, everybody that watched, everybody that bit tipped and subbed. I'll try to see you guys sooner rather than later for Satisfactory. And then for Polaris Dawn, we have the EVA should be happening on the 12th, which is Thursday. So we'll see what's good. Snowy, all right, get some rest. All right. EJ, with all the quotes you do for a minute, when are we going to do a community screaming of Kung Pao? I don't know, man. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the coverage. Sorry I was a little bit on the tired side, but yeah, I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good morning. It's not night. It ain't night no more. This concludes our broadcast day.
Oh, say, can you see?